Welcome to final day action of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games in beautiful Bay Ridge, friends. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. And Mike, we are looking at foggy conditions on this last day. We haven't seen foggy conditions all contest long, but we're going to get underway with about a 10:30 start, and we've got some great surfing today. We have semifinals of the men's open division, and then we're going to have a short break in between the two semifinals, move into the final, and then we're going to have always the most exciting thing, I think, of any World Surf Games or any ISA event, the Aloha Cup.
Yeah, you got to love that. That is like an event within an event, and what a legacy. We've got 4 of the top teams competing for yet another medal and a chance to win gold.
Yeah, we'll have actually 8 teams that qualified at last year's World Surfing Games from Costa Rica are invited always to the next year of the Aloha Cup, 2 semifinals and then into a final. Bonjour, I'm Monsieur Bohaj. Je suis over here, Monsieur Michael Latronic.
Your French is definitely getting better, Bo.
Well, we've been here for quite a long time, and it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, Grand Plage here, the city of Biarritz, has opened its arms, and we can't be more excited. What a wonderful place. It's almost like a coliseum down here on the beach. It just curves into the surf spot.
Let's get into highlights from yesterday. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Let's watch them right now. Well, Mike, that was yesterday's highlights, and today's highlights are going to be more spectacular. You know why? Because gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals will be given out today and earned by the world's best. We're down to 8 surfers coming up very shortly for you. And you're right. The fog is starting to burn off. We can now see the lighthouse. This morning, that lighthouse was totally disappeared.
Yeah, sun's peeking out, and the performances will be peaking. And let's go over some of the details, Bo.
Yeah, some of the rules here at the International Surfing Association as we have the World Surfing Games. General rules, 4-man format, and we have 4 men each team supplying along with 2 women per team. Top 2 waves count towards the final score of all these heats. Top 2 surfers advance throughout the heat. There has been 1 repechage round in this year's World Surfing Games due to the volume of 47 nations coming here in Bay Ritz and 245 athletes. We only had 1 repechage round.
Yeah, well, that is a second chance for a huge field of competitors this year. Really indicates the popularity of the World Surfing Games for 2017, and more criteria on the board.
And the judging criteria, Mike, you know, the surfer must execute and perform radical controlled maneuvers in those critical sections of a wave with the emphasis on speed, power, and flow. And the innovation and the progression of surfing, as well as the combination of the variety of the repertoire and the major and minor maneuvers, will also be taken into consideration when awarding points on the 0 to 10 point scale. Now, the surfer who performs this criteria above and exceeding the maximum degree of difficulty and commitment to the waves that he or she selects does play a factor in the scoring in the 0 to 10 point scale. Also, the rules, 3-man, 4-man priority out in the water where surfers reach the lineup at the same time. Priority will go to the surfer who did not have the last priority. Once a ride has been caught, then all remaining riders will share equal first priority, and first rider will also move into 4th priority as waves are caught. A competition loss, wave priority as soon as they catch a wave or paddle or even miss a wave on a paddle. Okay, Mike, here we go. That fog's starting to burn off, and we are just moments away from starting semifinal number 1. And let's introduce our semifinalists for this men's open division. We're going to have Pedro Henrique from Portugal in the red jersey. Johnny Corso, the young 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, Mexico, in the white jersey. Hometown favorite and carrying the French flag proud, Jeremy Flores, the 2009 gold medal winner of the World Surfing Games from Costa Rica. He's will be in the yellow jersey, and Vincent Romero from Spain will be in the blue in our first semifinal.
Well, the sun is popping out, and it looks like the tide is optimum. So contest organizers have really timed this to get the very, very best possible conditions here. You can see it's nice and glassy, beautiful conditions. Swell's a little smaller than yesterday, but still plenty of good waves. We saw in the practice sessions this morning a lot of flaring going on.
Well, in this semifinal, we're going to have 2 representatives from France and 2 representatives from Spain. And how impressed are you with the Spanish team coming up?
Oh, Spain has just been amazing. Of course, neighbors to France right here. They have really, really put on a show and risen, especially compared to previous years. They've really, really jumped high on the radar here at this particular World Games.
Also 1 each from Mexico, the United States, and Morocco.
Yeah, it's great to see such a variety. That surfer from Morocco, Yassine Ramdani, such a powerful surfer and a relatively big guy, but really, really able to do it well here in the small surf.
Well, with France going gold and silver in the women's open division, they can repeat that coming up in the men's division with Jeremy Flores and Joanne Daru. Joanne will be in that second heat, but there are 8 surfers remaining for those 4 spots, and obviously top 2 surfers from each semifinal will be in the men's open final. But France has pretty much locked up the gold team medal this year, Mike.
Yeah, full domination, home team crowd, really great performances. Team France has definitely got that gold spot, so it's really a race for silver and the individual medals.
Well, for the team-wise, Mike, we're looking at Spain, Portugal, even the United States has an outside shot at getting that team silver medal with such a young team.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Jordy Collins from the USA really flared up yesterday afternoon, made it through a few rounds, and just was performing some beautiful air maneuvers, a lot of progressive surfing from that young man.
Well, there you go. Our World Championship Tour surfer Jeremy Flores from Reunion Island will be in the yellow jersey from France. Pedro Enrique, who just missed out from the final. Back-to-back semifinals from last year's World Surfing Games, is representing Portugal. He'll be in the red jersey. Johnny Corso, the young 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, Mexico, in the white jersey. And don't count out Vincent Romero from Spain. He'll be also out there in the blue jersey. Well, there he is, Jeremy Flores, the 2009 gold medal winner of the World Surfing Games, back in Costa Rica and wearing that yellow jersey. And he's got a mission right here in the semifinal to get back into that final where he was in 2009.
Yeah, well, definitely one of the more experienced surfers here on the beach, if not the most experienced surfer. And there is the start. This heat has started, Bo. Jeremy Flores is on the screen and now on the hunt.
Well, there he is, the 29-year-old from Reunion Island, currently ranked number 16 on the World Championship Tour and getting ready for the Fiji Pro. The women are on standby for a possible Tuesday-Wednesday start. The women in Fiji, like over here in Biarritz, will run their contest before the men. And it's great that the WSL and the ISA has worked together to solidify the spots here at the Biarritz event for the World Surfing Games to accommodate the CT surfers here in the World Surf Games.
Yeah, nice to see a little cooperation there to help the ladies achieve their goals. Right now it's all about the men. A little bit of lull in the action, but you can see surfers sitting pretty far out in the lineup there, waiting for set waves. No time to mess with anything that's not going to bring a big score. So these guys will be waiting on their priority, waiting for the best waves.
How about Team Mexico? They were a host at the ISA 2015 World SUP and Pro and Paddleboarding Championships in Sayulita, and quite a few surfers from Sayulita on this Mexico team. And the young one, Johnny Corso, representing Mexico proud, possibly here, getting out of this heat, can be in the final.
Yeah, well, Corso has shown amazing speed and accuracy throughout this whole event, really snappy style. So we'll see what he does in these little bit smaller conditions. He could have the edge.
Okay, we're watching the surfers jockeying in position. You see Enrique and Flores, the most experienced surfers in this heat. Enrique, a former WSL World Junior Champion. And here we go. No surprise, Jeremy Flores on the first wave.
Well, he really read the lineup well, got the first wave, took off, but unfortunately, a lazy floater turned into a bailout. And here is Pedro Enrique. Let's not forget this man. He has been on fire all event long, super fast. He's an elder statesman as well, but he's still surfing like a collegiate.
Yeah, 35-year-old from Cascais over in Portugal, a former World Junior Champion on the ASP at that time, the WSL Junior event. And again, he is one of the steady competitors at these World Surfing Games. Again, last year placing 5th place, just missing out on the podium of semifinals back-to-back years at these World Surfing Games. Congratulations to Pedro Enrique, but he wants to get back into the final.
A couple waves coming in, so this could be an important set here to start things off for Vincent Romero. Gets a little tap to start things off, and there's the backside attack we've seen all event long. Boom. Follows up with another one. I really like the way he attacks it on his backside, really square off the lips.
This will give Johnny Corso first priority, second priority to Jeremy Flores. Jeremy Flores registers a 2.5 on his opening wave, but stand by for the wave scores for last of red and also last of blue. 16 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Welcome. Semifinal action number 1. Coming up next, our second semifinal. We'll have a 10-minute break in between the semis and the final. Then the men's open final, probably about 25 minutes in length, but we'll check that with our surfing contest director. There's a 4.83 for Pedro Enrique and a 6.0 for Vincent Romero. So the Spaniard goes to first, followed by our Portuguese surfer, France, in third at this point. No waves yet for our Mexican surfer, Johnny Corso, in fourth.
Yeah, well, let's take a look back here. This is Pedro Enrique from Portugal. Gets that nice tap to start with. Really active. Flares that last maneuver and gets a little foam climb there to finish. So nice opening ride. But this was the wave. I had suspected that this would climb a little higher because of that right there and this finishing move. Nice square backside off the lip.
Okay, that puts our Spaniard in the lead. Vincent Romero, the 27-year-old from Ferrol. And there's the lineup on the outside. Red with third priority. Jeremy Flores in yellow with second priority. The young 18-year-old Johnny Corso taking a look there, not going.
Yeah, well, it's going to be real interesting to see how Corso handles this bit of a pause. You know, he is one of the youngest competitors in this event, and now he's dealing with a little bit of pressure because he hasn't had a wave yet. Does have priority, but look at Romero getting a nice right-hand wall here, working this inside. So Romero's found a very, very rare right that's set up for a couple sections right there.
Well, that's going to be a good keeper wave for Vincent Romero. Remember, he opened up with that 6.0, and we caught the tail end of Johnny Corso. You see the beach lining up. They have the barriers there for the water patrol. And there we go, the drone shot showing. So stand by for scores. Last of white, last of blue. That'll give Jeremy Flores first priority. Pedro Enrique second priority. 14 minutes, 45 seconds. Semifinal one of the men's open division of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. Congratulations to Team France. And here we go. Frenchman Jeremy Flores now taking a look right. He'll go left, fading. Cracks his first turn, gaining some speed, ramping up. One more whip around, and not done yet, right through the whitewater section. So a three-turn wave for Jeremy Flores, who opened up with a 2.5.
Yeah, well, that was important that Flores got out of that little minuscule rut that he started with. So Flores now not only getting a decent ride, but adding confidence to his whole approach.
5.1 for Vincent Romero, combo with his opening ride of a 6. He is your heat leader of a two-wave count of an 11.1. Now, the mark has been set by Romero. Pedro Enrique in second on the one-wave score of a 4.83. And let's watch this last replay, Mike.
Well, here's the right-hander, really snappy right there. Maybe a little missed click right there, but makes up for it on those two snaps. Really strong, powerful, snappy surfing. Nice flow. This wave is not easy to ride, but Romero making the best of it.
A 5.1. This is Jeremy Flores. Scores not in for his second wave yet.
I like the way Flores adjusts his board right off the takeoff. He knows right where he wants to hit the bottom to go and get maximum velocity off the lip.
As we're waiting for scores, and there it is, a 4.7. So that put Flores in second place. Delegates Pedro Enrique in red in third. Pedro only needs a 2.38 to go to third. And here we go. Flores keeping busy. Kicks out of this wave. And Johnny Corso in fourth, now needing a 6.48. 13 minutes remaining.
Well, another right-hander here for our Spanish surfer, but this time no wall on that wave. He's out. You can see Corso, he's out the back now with second priority. Pedro Enrique being very, very selective. Look at this wall coming in. This could be a good left. No one decides to take that, maybe an insider. And yes, our surfer from Spain one more time takes to the lip, trying to get a little lift off that, but no success.
Taking a look out the back, the veteran, Pedro Enrique with a closeout section in front, and he'll just bail on this wave. 12 and a half minutes remaining. France and Spain with surfers in both semifinals. Here we go. The young 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, Mexico. This is Johnny Corso.
You know, Corso's got himself an open wall here, able to get a little velocity off those first turns. Nice backside hit right there, and a couple of more. Let's see if he can ride out of it. So he's right back in the game. Took him a while. It's been 8 minutes since he's got a decent score to sit on. But you know what? That's going to be up there with one of the best scores of the heat, in my opinion.
Here we go. Jeremy Flores stroking in, stroking in. He's hungry for this wave, and he's got it.
Well, Flores is such a tenacious surfer, really working hard. You see the work ethic, and unfortunately comes unstuck right there. And this is an important wave for Enrique. It's been a while since he's got his backup score. And he takes to the air, lands it, rotates, pulls it off. So that's going to be an important second wave. Meanwhile, Romero coming a little unstuck, maybe nerves.
Well, series of waves there. The judges are going to be busy. There's Team France flying the flag, so proud. And congratulations, Team France. You see Joan Deroux off to the left He's warming up in his wetsuit. He's coming up in semifinal number 2. And also coming up in semifinal number 2, the Spaniard Jonathan Gonzalez. So the chance of an all-Spain, all-France final is a possibility with both countries putting both of their surfers from the semifinals into this final.
Yeah, and, it's been a clean sweep up till now. Yesterday we saw 3 Frenchmen in one heat, so we knew we were going to lose one of the Frenchmen. But certainly with the momentum they've had throughout this entire event, that is a very high possibility of that scenario happening.
Mike, we got some replays. First up, Johnny Corzo.
Well, here's Corzo's. He starts with that nice little snap and then comes in here where the wave gets vertical, and so does he. 3 quick vertical off the lips, and good score.
A 6.03. Here we go. The rotation for Pedro Henrique.
Yeah, well, Pedro Henrique is definitely going to back up that 4.83 with something more substantial. And here is another wave for Johnny Corzo. Oh, no, this is the same wave, so we just saw this replay twice.
So Corzo gets a 6.03. We're waiting for that score for Pedro Henrique. Not in yet. We can tell you Jeremy Flores has backed up his 4.7 with a 4.83 on his last wave. They're still chasing Vincent Romero, the man riding right now.
Well, here's Romero. We've got a little bit of fog still hanging in there, so no, it's not your eyes going bad on you. There's just a little fog in the air, but no fog on that wave. This time, no mistakes from Romero. It's not going to have the intensity of that first wave. It may not factor into his top 2, but at least he's kind of out of the rut. You know, he fell off a couple of waves in a row, and it's important to get your sea legs again, and that looks like what Johnny Corzo's doing here. Important second score for Corzo. He is the youngest competitor left in this contest, and definitely showing maturity here in the later part of this heat.
Okay, important wave. Pedro Henrique needs a 4.71 to go to second. A 6.28 or better will put him in first place. And Pedro Henrique's score is just about to be released as we get one correction on our judges. And there it is, a 7-point ride. Pedro Henrique from Portugal in red goes to first on his last ride. Here's a replay last of Vincent Romero.
Yeah, does a nice job of reading this wave, gets a couple of good open face snaps followed up with that closeout re-entry. So good job of reading that wave. We'll see what the judges have in store for that. Meanwhile, Corzo's just putting his board up nice and vertical. I really like the snap that he's getting out of his turns.
Okay, very important score yet to be tallied up by Johnny Corzo. Also stand by for score for Vincent Romero. Here we go, Jeremy Flores.
Well, Jeremy Flores looking so spry on that first turn. This wave's kind of dying out on him, so not much left there.
Right now, Flores is in third place, needing a 6.28 to get back into the top 2, and we're still waiting a score of Johnny Corzo.
Yeah, Flores had such a great start to that wave, but unfortunately sort of lost the energy, and then he dug his rail in the foam. Let's check that out again. Beautiful bottom turn, top turn combination. Comes up, gets the foam climb, and then here it goes. It just dies out, so not enough energy to carry him over that whitewash.
7 minutes, 35 seconds. France, proud of their surfing team, the National Federation surfing team. Jean-Luc doing a fantastic job assembling the best talent France has ever put together, and especially bringing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 World Championship touring professionals, both on the women's and men's side, has made a statement here at the ISA and in the world of surfing to come to the World Surf Games.
No doubt. All right, well, Flores is not done. He is looking for answers. He is definitely one of the most active surfers in this heat. He's got a fast left-hander. Let's see what he can do to this inside section. Gets his board up on the lip. And this wave's got an inside section again. The size of that wave, pretty small, but a lot of work put in. And this man here, small in stature, but what a big performance he's had all event long. Pedro Henrique finishing up, trying to get rid of a 4.83, trying to improve on that 4.83 and put some more distance between him and the rest of the crew.
Well, the third wave has finally locked in for Johnny Corzo. The young 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido now registers a 5.1. and that puts him in third position. Right now, Pedro Enrique in the lead. 11.83 is tied with Vincent Romero because Vincent has just registered a 5.83. So on the countback, Pedro beats Vincent on the one-wave count of a 7.0 to a 6.0.
All right, let's take a look back at this last wave for Pedro Enrique. Gets a nice little climb to start with, slashes, comes back again, another little tap. This time a little further around, bringing that board around. And, wow, I just love the way he's just stays rail to rail and keeps moving, but he doesn't look like he wastes any energy, no extra movement, just pure good surfing right there. Jeremy Flores working over this little wave pretty good, and we'll see where the judges go with that one.
A 4.53 for Jeremy Flores, not one of his top two. Jeremy Flores currently in fourth place at the 5-minute mark approaching. 5:15 remaining. Flores needs a 7.01 to regain top two. And the youngster, Johnny Corso, needs a 5.81. Right now, Pedro Enrique in first. Just registered a 5.2, so he's broken the first place tie with a 12.2 two-wave total, 11.83 for Vincent Romero, 11.13 for Johnny Corso, and a 9.53 two-wave total for Jeremy Flores.
All right, well, nobody wanted that wave on the outside. Pedro Enrique's taking a peek. He decides that it's not worth pursuing, and he is getting back out. Now all four surfers will be in position. Priority to Vincent Romero, second priority to Corso. So key position right there. Vincent Romero has pick of any wave he want with that priority.
This World Championship is being presented by the French Surfing Federation, supported by our great sponsors including Visa and Roxy, the French National Center of Development of Sport, the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region, and of course the beautiful Basque Country, our official radio station France Bleu, and our TV affiliate France TV Sport. Media partners include Surfline and Surfos Magazine, along with Passion Extreme, as we watch the 18-year-old Johnny Corso up and riding.
Well, Corso just got the wave I think he needed. You can see he's pretty excited, gave it a fist pump at the end. Started out looking like a medium small wave, but it sort of was one of those growers. We see these waves move into this end sandbar, so he gets a nice tap to start, comes down a little foamier right there, another transition turn, snap again, so he's racking up the maneuvers. Now things get interesting. Boom, biggest hit of that wave came at the end. Nice score for Johnny Corso.
A 7.67. Johnny Corso goes from third to first place with 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Pedro Enrique delegated down to second. Vincent Romero in third, needing a 6.21. And Jeremy Flores in fourth, needing a 7.38.
Well, for now, the question is answered. Johnny Corso is responding to the pressure very, very well. We saw him at the beginning of this heat really take a long time to get a scoring wave, sort of messed up his first wave, and then really pulled it together mentally, and of course his surfing is there.
Well, we saw Johnny have a hiccup on his first wave, and like you said, he was out of sync, but that second wave he caught with a 6.03 put him back on pace.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is that one confidence boost, and you can take that through to the rest of the heat. And he is surfing really well. Let's not forget that he is putting his board up on the lip with those backside off the lips, very, very square and vertical, and the judges are liking it.
Okay, approaching that 2-minute warning. 2 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. There's a good pan view of our four surfers out there. Back to the drone shot. Corso, the 18-year-old, in first. Enrique, the 35-year-old, in second place. So you got a mixture of youth and experience sitting 1 and 2, almost twice his age, Enrique to Corso. And there we go. One of the two Spaniards left in the semifinals, and one of the two Frenchmen in the semifinals are finding themselves in third and fourth.
Well, let's not underrate this man right here. Beautiful backside snap to start this wave off, but losing steam very quick. This wave is getting small. Flores opts not to stick with it. He knows he needs something bigger. He's now in need of a 7.38 to make it into the finals. Time ticking away. We're going to take another look. Starts really well, but this wave, just look at it, tapers off, turns into about a 1-footer right now, and Flores is assessing the situation and says, no, I'm not getting what I need here.
1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Situation remains the same. The young Johnny Corso from Mexico in first. Pedro Enrique from Portugal in second. Vincent Romero from Spain in blue in third, needing a 6-2-1. The veteran Jeremy Flores from France in yellow in fourth, needing a 7-3-8.
Well, Ocean's gone a little bit sleepy here in the last minute, Bo. Let's see if Romero and Flores get their opportunity here to make the grade and get into that very important final. You can see the flags of Team France. I'm sure there is a lot of anticipation right now for Team France. They've already got the team prize, but they're trying to get their top-rated surfer into the final.
Well, right now, he needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat. There goes Johnny Corso, your heat leader at this stage, coming in for a small wave. Tacks it good. Counting down, 20 seconds remaining.
Well, he's sitting pretty comfortable in first place, but Romero and Enrique are within striking distance. So is Flores, really, but the Ocean's got to cooperate.
Here we go, the final 5 seconds as the beach commentators count down. It looks like it'll be this man right here in the final, and he is overwhelmed right now. He's got to be feeling ecstatic, and the rest of Team Mexico.
That is the first time Team Mexico's in the finals here at the World Surfing Games. So big moment in history for our surfer in white and Mexico.
There's the lineup for heat number 2, semifinal number 2. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we return, we'll have the second semifinal of the men's open division. You're watching the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Bonjour, madame and monsieur. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the beautiful city of Biarritz for the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live at the Grande Plage, one of the most beautiful beaches in the area and in the world, if you ask me. In the water is semifinals heat number 2 with Jordy Collins from USA in yellow, Jonathan Gonzalez in red from Spain, and he's the current European champion of the WSL, Joan Duroux from France in blue. He's, of course, a WCT surfer, and from Morocco, one of the good surprises of this event, alongside our surfer from Mexico from the previous heat, Yassine Ramdani from Morocco. My name is Diogo Alpendre alongside Mike Latronic from Hawaii, and we had action during the break, Mike.
Well, here is the young American Jordy Collins getting just a little quick start right there. It's not going to be a big score, but he is getting his sea legs together. Jonathan Gonzalez, likewise, a small score, relatively mid-range small score, but sometimes it really helps to get that quick start and just, hit the button for your campaign.
We saw Pedro Henrique do a bit of that in that previous heat, but of course things can change. And Mike, we were just talking about this. A very important result for Team Portugal and a historic result for Team Mexico. Let's go first with Team Mexico. First time we've seen them guarantee a medal in the ISA events.
Yeah, that's just so awesome to see. What a great surfing nation. Obviously, thousands of miles of coastline blessing their territory, and it was only a matter of time before we see one of their athletes rise to the top.
And you know what? Johnny Corzo couldn't be from a more contrasting place than the Grand Plage. He hails from Puerto Escondido, and we go straight to live action with our Moroccan surfer Ramdani. A short wave for him. Wave selection, absolutely very important this morning here at the Grand Plage.
Yeah, well, Ramdani selected a wave. It looked pretty good to start with, just didn't get around that section, so unfortunately coming down. But here's the Frenchman. He knows these sandbars very well. He's been picking great waves all contest long. Just slams that left, comes back to the right. So good redirect. Let's see if he can stay with it, but he loses the wave.
Johan Duroux, our surfer from France, just up north. He has been doing some great performances. He is, of course, doing a lot of that good surfing. He has been doing for the last 10 years, one of the best surfers Europe and France have ever produced. And no surprises here to see him get such a good result already in this event. And, of course, it wouldn't be surprising if he got the gold in this second event at Biarritz in the ISA story. This was a white wrapping up a wave. Jonathan Gonzalez got a 4 on his first wave. Jordi Collins, Yassine Ramdani, some scores still to come. But I wanted to talk now about Team Portugal. They have already secured a top 3 finish. But if they want to keep that second place they got last year in Costa Rica, they really need to go over Spain, who's currently in a second place. But we'll get right back to that. For now, we're going straight to the beach with Anne-Flore Marcet. Anne-Flore, bonjour. Who do you have with you?
Yes, it's been great. This is my second ISA. First junior, I made it to the semis. So it's just insane to make it to the finals. It's, I think, the first medal for Mexico. And yeah, hopefully take the gold.
How much does it mean to you and your whole team to be present here? It's a very exciting day. Going to the finals of this event, how has this whole week been to live with your whole team?
Oh yeah, it's been a whole week, a long week. And yeah, it's just been super happy to be with my whole team, sharing some good times, enjoying these insane moments. It's just incredible to make it to the finals. I've been wanting this like for so many years, at least make a final. And then yeah, hopefully if I don't win this one, maybe the next one, the gold. But for sure I'm trying for this one.
And looking into Tokyo 2020, you must be thrilling.
Yeah, it's just sick to have the Olympics on 2020. And yeah, hopefully make it through and yeah, hopefully qualify for represent Mexico.
A couple words for all your friends at home and Mexico watching.
Muchas gracias a toda mi familia que me apoya, mis hermanos, mis amigos. Un saludo a todos los que me están apoyando, a todos los mexicanos y viva México. Vamos por el oro.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Anne-Flore. And for the looks of it, the heat is now on hold due to a foggy situation in the lineup. Not the first time we've seen it in a competition, but certainly an unexpected event this morning.
Yeah, well, fortunately, no surfer's going to complain about this hold. All surfers with relatively small scores. Jonathan Gonzalez having the edge slightly in second place. I'm sorry, Johan Duroux having the edge with that 4.33, but definitely not a score to hold on to. So if they call everybody in and do a restart, I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see kind of a unique situation, and that's what you have in surfing. Mother Nature rules.
Yeah, Mother Nature rules and a foggy situation here in our second semifinal. To be true, this is the only the first time we've seen fog since we got here to Biarritz. So Mother Nature could have picked a better time to produce this beautiful event, but with the drone shot, we saw that it's really foggy.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I mean, I thought living in Hawaii in an island, we see a lot of weather. You know, they say, oh, you know, if you don't like the weather, wait 20 minutes. It'll probably be, you know, rainy or sunny. It keeps changing all the time. In Biarritz, we have seen everything. Started off a little cold, a little chilly. Then the sun comes out. It gets glassy, and it looks like Waikiki all of a sudden, and it's hot, and there's people swimming, enjoying bath-like conditions. All of a sudden, there's lightning storms, and it's crazy. So now we wake up. After yesterday, another beautiful day, we wake up today, and it's slightly foggy. It burned off for a little while, and Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's just Mother Nature. But we're going to wait for the sun to come out a little bit and really warm up the beach and warm up the day. Usually these fog situations don't stay for too long, but we never know what happens. Just last year, I was at an event in Galicia, which is just an 8-hour drive left, and we had to stop the women's final there because the fog stayed up pretty much all day, and we could only restart the day after, and there were some fog left, so more than a day with fog on that situation in Galicia. But we will stand by for that restart. We're not sure if the competitions have been ordered to come in or stay out, but we will we'll figure it out. I'm not sure if the contest director has decided to get the surfers out of the water. So we will stand by for the restart, and we'll be right back when we get the fog over, Mike. And, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, it's no rain on our parade. We've seen beautiful action all week. We're going to tune down for now, but the sun will come again.
For sure. So stay tuned to the ISA social media. Stay tuned to our website. Stay tuned to everything ISA to figure out when we are back here at the Grand Plage for the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games for the second semi-final of the men's division. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Semi-final number 2. We are at the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from the Grand Plage. We had a bit of a foggy situation here. That's why we have that interruption, but it looks like everything is set. Still 14 minutes to go, and Johnny Gonzalez is up and riding. Great connection on those few turns, and our surfer from the Canary Islands just getting things going for him and getting a backup for that 4-point ride. Again, this was not a restart per se. This was kind of a continuation in the sense that when these situations happen, you go on hold. You don't really stop. You stop the timer, but you don't reset it. So 14 minutes to go, and this is the first wave after that continuation with Johnny Gonzalez. A nice wraparound.
Yeah, I really do believe with the priority situation as it is, it's totally good to have the continuation because no one's going to get an edge. Whoever has priority will have the edge no matter what. And Johnny Gonzalez getting things started there for this continuation. Still 12 minutes and 45 seconds, so ample time for these surfers to take advantage. And here comes a set, Diogo.
Yeah, a set coming. It looks like Joan Duru with first priority is going to be in position. He's looking at it, and he's up and riding. Let's go with it, Mike.
Yeah, beautiful looking left-hander. Nice little snap to start. He had the highest score of the heat thus far before that last wave of Jonathan Gonzalez. And he's putting down probably an even better score.
Yeah, a really interesting wave for Joan Duru. Great drone angle from that occasion. Of course, we had the great drone angle also from the fog. But I'm really excited about this one wave of Joan Duru. Let's take a look at the replay. I like the connection, Mike.
Yeah, here we go. Whoops. All right, so we're having a little technical difficulty on that. We'll show you that replay as soon as we can. Meanwhile, back to live action.
Yep, it looks like lines is something that we are not missing. First priority with our surfer, Jordy Collins. He's going to be in position for this left-hander. We saw him go for the air yesterday. Will he do it again? And first do a turn.
Well, he starts with a banger of an off the lip. Let's see if he can ride out of this. He needs to get in front of the foam. Looks like he was well on his way, but here goes the Moroccan, Ramdani. That strong backside attack. That wave kind of short, but 2 turns for him, and scores on the board.
Scores on the board, 5.4 for that first wave we saw of Jonathan Gonzalez after the break. At 2.93 for Ramdani's second wave. We're still waiting for the last one. Jordy Collins with a 3-point ride on his first one, and we're still waiting on scores for Joan Duru as a second wave. It's going to be the best wave of the heat because already some judges have locked in their scores, and we'll see what's gonna drop for Joan. He needs a 5.08 to take the lead. Let's take a look at the replay of Ramdani first.
Well, Ramdani's just got that powerful backhand. Really, the bulk of his score came right there from that last turn. And Jordy Collins doing a great job on that first turn. A little bit of a delay on the second turn. I'm pretty sure he rode out of it. Here's that wave from Joan Duru in blue. Definitely the better of the whole exchange right there, finishing well to get that 6.5.
A 6.5 for Joan Duru. He takes the lead. Now Jonathan Gonzalez drops to second. Yassine needing a 4.84. His previous score was a 4.57. Meanwhile, during the replays, he got something around a 3. That's going to be his backup. Jordy Collins waiting for some more opportunities. We saw him get a huge air yesterday, and that got him a big score. The waves aren't standing up as much as they were yesterday, but it looks like Joan Duru doesn't mind that.
Well, they're certainly hollowing out and taking to the air himself. Joan Duru, unfortunately, not making that one, but he's got a pretty firm hold on first place at the moment. He's going to make his way back out there. But, yeah, let's talk about Jordy Collins. We saw in his heat at the end of the day yesterday, he made several attempts to go to the air and several unsuccessful ones as well. So, maybe about a 50% success rate there. We'll see if he decides to chance it on his next wave because, it's a high-risk, high-reward maneuver.
Yeah, absolutely. Although when he does get the connection and the completion of those airs, some good scores come and he can turn things around. We are still waiting on a few scores, but the lines just don't stop coming. We have plenty of swell for this final day of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games, and Jordy Collins opting to go right on this occasion.
Well, there he goes. A nice snap to start on his backhand, winding up. He's really just fighting wave choice right now. That wave not panning out, but he's going to put a decent score on the board. He still needs a lot more. Joan Duru trying his backside as well. Not sure what that hand signal meant, but definitely going to get back out there and try to get another good wave.
Jordy Collins, meanwhile, I saw him walking around. No, this is Jonathan Gonzalez 5.4, Mike. That was a good slashing turn to start things off.
Yeah, very, very snappy. He's got a beautiful style, too. Very active and not a whole lot of extra energy spent there. Just good, clean surfing.
I wanted to talk about Jordy Collins for a bit yesterday. I crossed paths with Team USA while taking a walk in the city here at Biarritz. And Jordy was leading the pack. He was ahead of everybody, just leading like full team captain. And he was so pumped, like full-on energized, borderline hyperactive, going for slam dunks on every store sign. It was just fun to see. And this is a bit of that good surfing we saw of him in that second wave. I like the turns, but Joan Duru just behind him got a better wave, huh?
Yeah, Joan Duru put a couple more turns in than Jordy, but nice, since we looked at it again, nice backhand surfing from Jordy Collins. And I actually walked up to Team USA. They were on the beach when Jordy Collins was out in the last heat of the day. Of course, I was amping to go surf, so I was standing there next to the camp there, and Greg Cruz I was like, how's it going, Team USA? And he says, well, Jordy needs about an 8. I was like, ooh, that's a pretty tall order. And just then, he busts a huge air, gets whatever it was, an 8.3 or an 8.8, and takes the win in that heat. So clutch surfing from the young American yesterday. And by the looks at it looks like he's going to need to do some clutch surfing here in the last part of this heat.
Judges still playing catch-up with the last few scores for Jonathan Gonzalez Ramdani, Jordy Collins, and Joan Duru. We have a big split situation there with the judges on that last wave of blue as we go straight to live action. This is Ramdani, and the wave looks good from the start.
Yeah, beautiful left-hander. It really had an open section. Yeah, maybe missing that second section, but this wave's got more on it. Ramdani, unfortunately, doing a lot of that sort of lateral float maneuvers, playing catch-up on that wave, so that's going to hurt his score. I think that was a really, really good opportunity for the Moroccan, and Gonzalez, he must have done something on the outside because you could see that double fist pump.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan Gonzalez representing Team Spain very nicely, just like Vicente Romero did, unfortunately missing out on the chance to make it to the final. Vicente on the first semifinal. Team Spain currently in second place. They have already locked in a top 3 finish on this event, so they are fighting for second place with Portugal. Portugal in third. Portugal was second last year. Team Spain never had such a big result in their history at the ISA events, so we're really excited about Team Spain. And of course, Jonathan Gonzalez just getting some of that good surfing we are used to see him do finally on an ISA event and on a roll here. But let's go for scores, Mike. 5.4 for Jonathan Gonzalez, second wave, a 5.77 for his third. We are still waiting for his fourth. So for now, Jonathan is in second place. Meanwhile, the last two waves of Joan Duru, the last two good ones, a 6.5, a 6.4. Joan is in the lead. Last wave of Jordy Collins, the previous is 4.6. So Jordy is currently in third place, needing a 6.58, and Yassine Ramdani needing a 6.61 to go second. And here he is up and riding.
Well, he's got a nice, powerful-looking left-hander. One more maneuver and a nice little sort of floater closeout re-entry there. A little mix of two things. Not getting as square as we've seen him get in the previous heats. That's going to keep his scores in check, but I think that may have been his best wave.
6-2-3 for the last of Jonathan Gonzalez. Betters his situation. He needs a 6-6-8 to go first. Jordy Collins now in need of a high 7, just like Yassin, who we see here surf on his last wave.
Well, this is the wave that he had that lateral surf, and he started off with the float, and then he had to miss that second section, maybe even a little late to that third section, and then just the whole rest of the wave sort of fell to pieces. So it was a decent ride, but I think missed opportunity. But still 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, so time for the Moroccan to put it in gear and get back out there and get out of that 4th spot.
I remind everyone that Johnny Corzo from Mexico and Pedro Henrique from Portugal are already locked in for the final by qualifying in that first semi-final. One of the great results from Mexico. We'll talk about that later on. 3 minutes to go. 5.83 for Ramdani's last wave. He improves his situation. Collins drops to 4th. So a bit less points for Team US if it wraps up like this heat. But let's take a look at the replay of Jonathan Gonzalez last wave.
Well, this very, very snappy surfing, just making good on every section, not wasting one single section, taking advantage. And this was the square turn that I think Ramdani used to get his highest score, as suspected, the highest score in his campaign thus far, a 5.83. Now he's in striking distance, just needs a 6.18 to move up into that transition spot.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. The neighbors are dominating this year's edition of the surfing games. Team France already has locked in the gold. Team Spain, top 3 finish, just like Portugal. So very exciting times for Western Europe as we see Ramdani from Morocco. That's not Europe, but it's neighbors to France and Portugal, and they're also doing some great surfing of their own.
Yeah, well, he's gotten a lot of maneuvers done. I know the judges like that power. He looks like he had a better flow on that wave, so that is going to be a really important ride. And yet again, Gonzalez flashing signals to the beach. Not sure if that was a sign of happiness or if he was frustrated, so we'll see what that last score reflects. And interesting to note, Collins, with first priority, is way down the beach. He's not even surfing the main peak now. He's gone further down looking for perhaps one of these longer left-handers, but you can see that energy moving past him further towards the buoys. And, well, here we go. This is blue.
This is Johan Durun trying to get something more than a 6.4. Look at that. Just 2 turns, getting a great flow going, Mike, and a nice turn to finish things off from the man from the town.
Well, you could hear the beach roar here from the commentary booth. They are erupting, and Jonathan Gonzalez, he solidified things with that last score.
7.67 for Jonathan Gonzalez, takes the lead over Duru, but we're standby for that score of Joan. Let's take a second look at Yassin Ramdani's last wave. Again, having some trouble to go over that 5-point range. Taking a look at the scores coming for this wave, Mike.
Yeah, well, the size of this wave was the issue on that. It's only going to come in as a mid-range score. But meanwhile, Gonzalez just lighting it up on his backside. This man can do no wrong right now. That's where we got the fist pump. And Duru, he is trying to hold on to his transition spot, trying to get something better than that 6.4. Great backhand surfing, so he may well have improved his situation.
This is Jordy Collins, desperate for that 8.31. He needs to go first or second. It doesn't look like he's going to get the score. He doesn't seem too happy. The heat is over. And last waves of Ramdani, 5.83, 4.9. Don't go. They are actually his 2 best waves, but don't really change the situation. So Jonathan Gonzalez will take the lead with Joan Duru second. But this wave of Jordy Collins, look at that.
Well, he was working on a good score. I think he was looking for an air section at the end, but got that last tick, and then the wave just completely mushed out. He fell down. Definitely the body language tells it all. Great performance for the young American, though, really showing the flag of the United States, making it this far into the semis.
We're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action and some great intel on what's going down in Mexico for Johnny Corzo to get this great result. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the finals.
I'm no stranger to the darkness, I'm no stranger to the fall, stranger to the dangers of the lands I have walked.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games, and wow, France and Spain making the final to join Portugal and Mexico. We are moments away from going down beachside to get an interview, and we're going to be talking about the final as it comes up. We're going to be showing some highlight packages, and we're going to be preparing you for an exciting day. We had a bit of a fog delay earlier in that second semifinal dealing with Mother Nature, but that fog burned off. It's going to get quite warm down here, and it's my great honor to bring over to the webcast our good friend over at the co-announcer, Kalle. Welcome back to the English side.
Thank you very much, Bo. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm super excited. My heart's pounding because I just saw Johnny Corzo make it to
The tent was shaking every time he went into the lead, and then he got back down, then he comes back. How exciting is it for you in all of Mexico? Because history is being made by Johnny Corzo just making the final. He will have the first ISA medal in Mexico surfing history.
Ever. Yeah, we're absolutely stoked. There's Diego Cadena down there, Dylan Southward, Leila Taquera, Big Jim, his dad. Obviously, I was one of the ones commentating on the Spanish version, and I was just jumping off my seat and just clapping and just doing loops because it's amazing. It's huge for Mexico, and it's come a long way. I think we're going to probably talk about that quite a bit during the next 15 minutes.
Not only will Johnny get a medal, but there's a good shot the Team Mexico will be podium Final Four, depending if he gets fourth, third, second, first place. There's Joan Deroux, WCT surfer, and he was one of my picks to win it all coming into this event, and now he's made the final.
He's in. It's super exciting to have at least one surfer from France competing in it. We knew that we were going to have most likely one, if not two. Unfortunately, Jeremy Flores bowed out in that semi, but John Deroux holding the flag.
And there's the results of semifinal number 2 of the upper right screen. Jonathan Gonzalez, the current European champion, 13.9. Also in that 13-point range, you can see Joan Deroux. And how about Yazine Ramdani from Morocco? I mean, an amazing performance by all the Moroccan surfers, but especially by him.
He was an absolute highlight for me, and I was used to seeing surfers from Morocco rip the rights. It was nice to see him have a really good line and really solid surfing on his backhand. He was one of the standouts for sure in this event. Unfortunately, he didn't catch one more wave to make it to the final, but I'm sure he's super happy with what he's done.
And hats off to the young American, Jordy Collins. I mean, he really gave it a charge right at the end of the heat. I mean, all 4 surfers in that second semifinal with double-digit scores. I mean, any one of them could have gone into the final, but only the best 2 graduate into the grand finale.
And Jordy was a super exciting surfing to watch. I remember his Air 360 yesterday with a full solid claim. Those were the things that we especially on the Spanish side, we're just so excited about seeing what happens in the last few minutes of a heat. It's obviously nice to have someone put a heat together and make it through, but it's always exciting when someone at the very last minute can turn it around and make it like Jordy Collins did.
Well, you got to love this final. You got a couple of old dogs into the final. You got a 36-year-old European champion, Jonathan Gonzalez, Pedro Enrique, a 35-year-old in the final of the men's open division of the ISA World Surfing Games.
And an 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, which is crazy to think he's half the age of these surfers that are in the final. Obviously, experience is going to come into play, but obviously being Latin, I'm rooting for.
Yeah, and then, hey, we forgot the fourth guy, Joan Deroux, the veteran out here who has made his rookie campaign on the World Championship Tour from this year. Even though he's not having a great year, he's had some 25th and some 13th, but he's going to be heading into Fiji on a big high coming off this event.
Man, it's going to be huge, whether you like it or not, depending on the event. If you make it to the finals, if you win an event, doesn't matter what event it is, but it just boosts your confidence right away. So that's going to be super exciting.
Are you ready to see some highlights and get stoked on surfing?
Yeah, I'm losing it. Let's see it.
Okay, let's watch some great highlight packages here at the ISA World Surfing Games. All right, Kali, I stole your board 2 days ago. Where's your board right now? I'm going to go surfing.
You know what? I think that's the magic board. A friend of ours, Nat, from Australia, who lives here in Biarritz, works for Quicksilver. Actually, he's the one that lent us that board, and he also lent Johnny Corzo a paddleboard 2 days ago.
And that was a black and white, wasn't it? An Almeric black and white.
An Almeric black and white, yes, it was.
Little magic board we're having here. There's some magic fun being held by the people down here in Biarritz as we're entering from springtime into summertime. Just a beautiful time of the year. You ever get a chance to come down to the southwest region of France, this is a must-stop.
Absolutely. Bring a sweater, a jacket, sandals, shoes, because you never know what you're going to get. We saw what we hadn't seen all day is that fog. We had seen everything else. We had seen lightning, thunder, wind, onshore, offshore, finally some fog.
Let's go down beachside and check in with Anne Fleur.
With Yassine Ramdani, unfortunately not making it to finals, but you had such an amazing event here. What will you bring back from the World Surfing Games 2017?
Yeah, I'm now my first ISA award, so I'm very proud about my result, and I'm very happy to be in the semi-final. But I wanted to go to the final. That was my goal, and because I was feeling good, my board is feeling good, and I was I prepared before, but still a good result for me. I'm happy.
Surfing competitions, it's really tough because obviously there's only the winner that wins. Everyone else is going to lose at some point. How do you reassess from one competition to another for the motivation and the mental capacity to come back stronger?
No, I just know this contest opened a lot of doors for me, so I'm gonna go back home, train hard, and be ready for 2017. And yeah, it's contest. There is one winner, so it's okay.
In this competition, we had lots of different nationalities, so many people from all around the world, with some nations that we're not used to see so much, like Switzerland, like Sweden, like places that don't even have waves. Was that something that made the experience of the World Surfing Games a bit more fun than a normal, very high surf competition?
I think it's because the surfing is getting famous now, so everybody knows surfing. So all the country they want to surf, and it's good. It's a cool sport. So it's really cool. But now we have to be careful with all this, like Switzerland and all the guys that we think that they don't have wave, but they're really good too.
Was it inspiring to see how much energy all those people had and all the love they have for surfing?
Yeah, for sure. Makes me do better and go strong, because now you cannot see this is from Switzerland or from I don't know, from Senegal. Now since the beginning of the contest you have to be there 100%.
What do you love most about surfing?
Well, I don't know. Everything's surfing for me is it's everything's I don't know. It's a culture, and my father is a fisherman, so I'm from the sea,
Anything you want to say back home to all the people who supported you, who were really hoping for you to win the gold here at the World Surfing Games?
And also this result, it's a gift from Morocco, because it's the first time that we arrive in the semi-final, in the historic, and now we are top 8 in the world, in the front of Brazil and in all a lot of countries. So I'm very happy, and now I'm gonna see it in Arabic, Moroccan. شكرا الدراري اللي تابعونا من الاول، وشكرا بزاف، وان شاء الله احنا فرحانين بزاف على هذا لو ريزولتا اللي درنا، ونتمنوا ان شاء الله نديروا اكثر العام اللي جاي. ميرسي، شكرا.
Merci beaucoup et félicitations pour ton merveilleux parcours ici au World Surfing Games.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
What an amazing interview. Thank you so much, Anne. And wow. Morocco in the top 8, possibly in the top 5 at this year's World Surfing Games.
It's crazy to think that a country like Morocco, who previously hadn't had such an important role to play in these ISA World Surfing Games, is now in the top. I mean, comparing itself with France, Brazil, Spain,
The United States, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. Exactly, Kali. And in fact, their top-rated QS surfer, Ramzi Boukayem, is not even here. Just imagine if he was on the Moroccan team.
Oh, my God. It's so crazy to think that a country like Morocco, I mean, we knew this was going to happen. We know that Morocco has amazing waves. There's more and more surfers going there from Europe. There's more and more surf camps. Obviously, everything that happened in France and Portugal is happening in Morocco. So it's no surprise that a country like Morocco is now producing this quality of surfers.
Bonjour, je suis Bohaj, et tu, je suis...
Bonjour, je suis Kale Carranza.
There you go. I'm not going to push it any further there. We are enjoying sharing not only English, Spanish, and French webcast here at the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. It is a great honor to be here. Fernando Aguirre is busting down doors. He is bringing surfing into the Olympics. He has been working with Thomas Bach over at the IOC, and coming up in 3 years in Tokyo 2020, surfing is included with 5 brand new sports for the Summer Games. And this World Surfing Games, kind of like a prelude of what team competition, Olympic-style surfing we're going to see in Tokyo.
I think this is a really good prelude to what we will see. You're absolutely right, Bo. I think what we're going to see is just more and more surfers from the CT and more countries being involved. We saw China already involved, Russia super interested with the new artificial waves that we know of. it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next few years of surfing.
Well, we've had royalty down here from Norway. We've had the Minister of Sport from Brazil down here, not just to cheer his team on. He wants to know what is happening new in the World Surfing Games here at the ISA. And coming up next year, this event could be a pre-qualifier, qualification into the Olympics of Tokyo. We're going to know all more of that coming up this summer when the ISA and the IOC come together with the specifics and the details, because they just can't come out with a month before the Olympics. Countries need to prepare. There needs to be qualifications. Is it South America Championships going to be a qualifier? Is the European Champion going to be a qualifier? There are so many questions need to be answered, and that'll be coming up. And coming up is our finals, and let's talk about our 4 finalists. First off, let's start with the main man, Johan Duru from France, host country surfing hero, making the CT last year, finishing off just a fantastic year at number 4 in the World Qualifying Series behind Federico Moraes and Ethan Ewing, the World Junior Champion, and Kano O'Leary. And in fact, for Johan, he had a second place down in South Africa at the Bolito Pro behind Connor O'Leary. He also had another 10,000 semifinal over at Cascais, and he was in the semifinals at the Hawaiian Pro at the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, and what a way to end a year.
It's really nice to see Johan Duru finally put a good year together. We knew he had the surfing. He's one of the strong cards for France. We've seen him surf over the last decade, and everyone wondering, when is this guy going to make the tour? He has the surfing. He's amazing in barrels. He's amazing in beach break conditions, and he has amazing rail surfing in points. So his surfing was suited for the CT. It was just a matter of time when he would make it to the big leagues.
All right, let's talk about Jonathan Gonzalez, the 36-year-old from Santa Cruz, Spain, the current European champion in the finals of the World Surf Games in Biarritz.
At 36 years old, he is so stoked. I got a chance to talk to him. I met Jonathan back in '99 here in France, and when I saw him surf, I was 100% sure. I would have bet all my money into the fact that he was going to make the tour. He was one of the standouts. It was when guys like Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning were in the water, and he was up to par with that level of surfing. So it's finally nice to see him also put it together in this event. He's super excited. He was over the moon. He was running back. There was a little pause because of the fog, and he ran back just to stay focused because he wanted this final.
Okay. A guy who's just a year younger than Jonathan is Pedro Henrique, 35-year-old from Cascais in Portugal. I mean, he's a former, I believe it was 17 years ago, he won the ASP World Junior Surfing Championships, and he's a multi-Portuguese national champion.
And we actually heard from Diogo Alpendre that he beat Tiago Pires in that final. So Pedro Henrique has been around for quite a long time. He's amazing in small conditions, in big conditions, but let's hear what Anne Fleur has to say.
Let's go down the beach with Anne Fleur. Take it away, Anne.
I am on the beach. The pressure is getting higher. The whole attention is going into the water. The guys are about to start the finals. I have Justine Dupont and the French team behind me. Of course, they're here to support Johan Duru that's getting in the water. Justine, you've been here the whole week supporting the girls, watching the men, every time cheering your teammates, and you're fully part of the team. How has this been for you, being like such an amazing surfer and having to stay on the beach the whole week?
Yeah, it's hard for a surfer to stay on the beach, for sure. It was probably the longest contest that I have done because I don't even go in the water. So, but I'm gonna go in the water in few hours. So I'm stuck. Hopefully to get some waves with this crowd because it's intense. All the people on the beach, yeah, it's intense to surf at home in France. Woo.
And the French team performing so well, doing so good. How has it been from the inside? How was the pressure? How was the motivation? How was the vibe?
So good. Like everybody is really, really close to everybody. So just good vibe, and every day the same little routine. And
what was the routine? What routine?
Like normal routine, like a bit serious sometimes and not serious other times. So no, just perfect. And the boys are really close together, so they almost coach them. So no, it's just really good because surfing, it's a sport like just think about yourself and Johan Duru is coming.
You can see the excitement on the beach. Everyone's clapping for Johan. It's a really exciting time for everyone. How has this experience really brought you back together as a team, as a nation?
For sure, for sure. For the sport is so good because surfing is so much like you just think about yourself and you go in the water and you're a bit more egoist, I think. And with this kind of contest, you share more. And I love to be able to share the passion, to share the vibe, the contest, the feeling like you're happy when they win. And no, it's good.
And this event is so much about the vibe of surfing. Justine, I'm going to let you go cheer for Johan because he's going to need all the love possible. Thank you very much. And we'll see you in the Aloha Cup in just a couple hours.
See you.
See ya. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Anne. And yes, Justine DuPont was a copper medal winner. She was in the women's final at Costa Rica last year, along with Paulina Do, behind Dominique Barona from Ecuador and Tia Blanco going back-to-back gold. And there's one of our 4 finalists, Johan Daru. But I don't want to forget, last but not least, the 18-year-old from your host country, Johnny Corzo from Puerto Escondido.
Johnny Corzo coming from such a famous wave, big wave surfing all around. Johnny Corzo comes from a place where surfers like Carlos Nogales, Oscar Moncada, Raul Noyola, who won a QS back in Costa Rica way back in the day, Roberto Salinas, who is, in our eyes, in all of Mexico, as one of the most professional surfers that Mexico has produced. Johnny Corzo, 18 years old. I mean, this young kid has such a bright future, but it hasn't come easy. He's been training super hard. He's been surfing all sorts of different waves because he cannot be good in these waves if he just focuses on Cicatela. So I talked to Big Jim. He was saying that they've done a lot of small wave surfing. They surfed in Acapulco, obviously La Punta, which is that left-hander on the southern end of Playa Cicatela. He did a competition in Panama where he got 5th about a month and a half ago. Then he went over to California and he did really well in the QS 1500. He made the semis. So he's been working super hard on his small wave game. He comes from a family of really talented surfers. His dad, Big Jim, what we like to call him, he is known for big waves. His older brother or older brothers, both Angelo Lozano and Jimel Corzo, are now some of the big wave names in surfing in Mexico. Angelo won the Mex Pipe. He's been invited to the WSL, the big wave event in Puerto. And now Jimel, who was invited as well at just 20 years of age, got 7th. So there's obviously big wave surfing in his genes, but he's also really good in small waves. He doesn't just want to be a big wave surfer. He wants to be good in small waves.
What is this going to do to the Mexican Surfing Federation going into next year, this time in 2018 in the World Surfing Games? By Johnny getting a medal, Mexico looks like they're going to be in the top 4, possibly on a podium as a team medal. Is this going to blow up the surfing world in Mexico, and they're going to be bigger and stronger next year?
I sure hope so. I think with the fact that Fernando Aguirre has done such a good job in pushing surfing, and now it's in the Olympics, now it's official. Now everyone's talking about it. Surfing is in the Olympics in Tokyo, in Japan in 2020. So what this does is it makes the governments that actually support surfing push surfing a little bit more.
Kali, aloha, thank you, bonjour. I mean, I need to get you over in the Spanish webcast booth because this final has just begun. And we're going to start our final, and there we go. Johan Daru already on the first wave on the horn, catching this 25-minute final. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games Men's Open Final. Let's introduce our surfers. Johnny Corzo, the young 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, will be in the red jersey. Johan Daru from France, just from a little bit north up from here. He'll be in the white jersey. We see Johnny Corzo up and running, slashing on his backhand and kicking out on his first wave. The Spanish, the European current champion from Spain, Jonathan Gonzalez, will be in the yellow jersey. And last but not least, Pedro Enrique made the semifinals last year. He's on a mission. He's going for gold this year. He has made the final from Portugal. He'll be in the blue jersey. First wave for Johan Daru coming in at a 6.6 second. Let's welcome back Mike Latronic for this exciting final.
Yeah, well, Team France already throwing punches, so great start there for Johan Daru, but here comes Pedro Enrique in the blues, got something big for us, lands a beautiful air rotation to start this heat. Wow, that was definitely worth looking at again, but here's Daru already on his second turn, getting this inside reform, and bam! throwing some tail. Nice tail drift right there. So backing up that 6.67 really quick. Now he has a lot of time to really wait for good waves.
Well, let's watch some replays, Mike. First up, let's watch that 6.67 from Juan. He throws a rotation, spins it well, and good timing. And how about this young surfer from Mexico, Johnny Corso?
Yeah, Johnny Corso's doing a great job of getting his board 12 o'clock, but this is the move of the heat so far. I really like the precision. He got nice and high and just landed so smooth. This is that second wave of Daru. Nice little tail waft right there at the end. So Daru getting frisky.
Juan coming off a 4th place finish last year on the WQS. I mean, that is major. A 2nd place at a 10,000, South African at Balado. A 5th place in Cascais, another 10,000. He ended the year, the Triple Crown of Surfing, with a semifinal 7th place at Haleiwa at the Hawaiian Pro.
Well, that's not only impressive, it's very diverse. So many different types of waves able to perform, and he's just been performing all week long. But look at this. Pedro Henrique eyeing up a nice-looking set wave, decides not to go.
A 6.77, 1/10 of a point better than Juan Daru for the opening wave for Pedro Henrique. Stand by for the second wave score, now locked in at a 5.0. And here we go. We've yet to see Jonathan Gonzalez, and he kind of prones out of that one, not liking that wave selection.
Yeah, interesting happening right there. Gonzalez sort of went across the face laterally, but unable to manufacture anything. And Corzo getting busy on his second ride. Let's see, got on the end. Little tap to get that beautiful off the lip to finish. And wait, there's more. He's working this wave all the way across this sandbar. So nice long waves, a multitude of maneuvers, and you know he got 12 o'clock a couple of times on that wave.
Okay, the standard has been set for 11.67. We're going to give you everything from first. Let's dissect this wave from Johnny Corso.
Well, starts off with a huge bang, follows it up with another nice lip bash. So here's where the wave gets a little funny, but bam, just throwing more action into this wave and really taking advantage of his small wave precise knowledge.
Okay, Corso opened up with a 4.0. We're on standby for scores. Last of Johnny Corso. Where is Jonathan Gonzalez? What's going on in his mind right now, Mike? He's having a slow start of this 25-minute final.
Well, yeah, definitely possible frustration right now for Gonzalez, but only just a little bit of time elapsed. So I don't think he's going to be quite rattled yet. That first wave was a misstep, and, well, now he's in second priority, so he's definitely been showing great form all contest long, and we'll see him, no doubt, put up some good waves.
Juan Daru has a 5.13 on his last score, so now he ups his two-wave margin to an 11.8. We're on standby for second wave score for Johnny Corso. In red from Mexico, let's see. Johnny needs a 7.81 to go to first. We're going to be reading all scores to first place. A 7.81 to go to first. He gets an 8.17 and he goes to first. We have a new leader, Johnny Corso in red from Mexico, now leading. This is the 5.18 from Juan Daru. 5.13, excuse me.
Well, Daru had a lot of work done on that little wave, but the size of that wave kept the score small. But really great effort by Corzo, showing such maturity right now. And it's really interesting, Bo, where he's from in Puerto Escondido. It's one of the heaviest shore breaks in the world. So we're seeing that he has, obviously, a great small wave act. Really, really fast, snappy, diverse action in these small waves. But you know this man has a game in his tube riding as well.
Well, there you go. The 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, currently ranked number 240 in the QS. That means nothing right now. An 18-year-old is winning a world championship in Biarritz. How enormous is that right now if the heat were to end?
Yeah, well, it's not over till it's over, Bo. And, he's got a great start, but he's up against three more surfers that are just as hungry. There you see Team France, flags a-flying. Not too far in the distance, Team Spain. And I'm sure all eyes on this beach are on Juan Daru.
18 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Corso in first, Daru in second, Enrique in third, Gonzalez in fourth. Jonathan Gonzalez needs a two-wave combination. He has yet to ride a wave yet of a 12.18 to go to first. Pedro Enrique from Portugal in blue in third needs a 5.41, a 5.41 to go from third to first place. Joan Daru from France in white in second needs a 5.51, a 5.51 to go to first, and we have 18 minutes remaining in this exciting men's open final.
Ocean's gone a little sleepy for the time being, but
there's Team France. There's the spectators.
I
all drama building up for the next 18 minutes.
I have to wonder, I said all eyes on the beach on Joan Daru, but Spain is literally just minutes away. So how much of this crowd might be here to watch the Spanish surfers?
Well, I tell you what, there will be cheering for Jonathan Gonzalez, and we haven't seen Spain in the World Surfing Games in many years, Mike.
Yeah, and this is a really big moment for Spanish-speaking people all over the world because Spain and Mexico both represented here in the final.
And two Spanish surfers made the semifinals of this World Surfing Games.
Well, there we go. Jonathan Gonzalez showing what has got him here to the final. Two very nice snaps. That first one, beautiful, well-placed, very strong, fast, and precise.
Well, the 36-year-old from Santa Cruz, Spain, now has put his first wave score on the board. The judges are dissecting that, and they'll have a score for us shortly. The 12.18 two-wave combination will be delegated to a one-wave count for Jonathan, and we'll see where he places on this scoreboard. Let's watch a replay last of Jonathan Gonzalez from Spain.
Yeah, not the biggest wave, but look at this bottom turn snap combination. Really got some flair on that, and just you didn't really see it because his tail was buried, but he really spins the tail at this last section. Bam! So nice control and aggression.
Okay, time ticking away. 16 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Scores coming in slowly, but until then, let's watch our heat leader, Johnny Corso.
Well, Corso is just scoring, putting his board 12 o'clock and great flow. As I say that, he goes down with a little rail dig trying to get above the whitewash. So uncharacteristic mistake there for Corso.
Well, Mike, with the countries of Mexico, France, Portugal, and Spain in the men's final, this could be the podium of the top four teams for this year's World Surfing Games.
Well, undoubtedly, we have a big jumble in the regulars. Oftentimes in the past we've seen a lot of the powerhouse countries, quote unquote, South Africa, Australia, United States, Hawaii, and where are they? They're gone. And, they've been getting taken out by kids like this right here. Corso just ramping it up.
A 6.33 for Johnny Corso, a 4.07 for Jonathan Gonzalez. Situation in the water. Corso has pushed the level up. He's dropped the 4.0. He's replaced it with a 6.33. There's the requirements. Jonathan Gonzalez is comboed, needing a two-wave combination of a 14.51 to win the World Surfing Games, and here he goes on the attack.
Well, he opts for that right-hander again, but no luck there. He's out. I was going to say, what are they feeding this kid, Johnny Corso? But I got the information from Calais. Mother Teresa feeds him his meals. Look at that. Huge air by Pedro Enrique. Unfortunately, lands just out the back of the wave. That was probably one of the highest airs we've seen.
The amplitude, the extension that he got there, he was floating so high in the wave. By the time he landed, the wave had already passed him.
Yeah, well, the calculation you need to adjust for that. He maybe should have aimed a little bit more towards the beach, but slight adjustments and a beautiful attempt.
Mike, we've got to see this again.
Yeah, so he goes down the line. He's getting a bunch of speed, hits it perfect, maybe just a quarter second too long in the air, a little higher than he thought, so he lands just shy of where he needed to be.
Oh, my God. That would have blown up. We may have seen our first perfect 10 if he would have surfed out of it.
Well, we didn't, and so that gives Johnny Corso, Joan Daru, first and second at the moment, gold and silver. Let's see what happens. 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. I was talking about what they feed that kid, and his mom is Teresa. So when I say Mother Teresa is feeding this kid, I'm not just saying that biblically, but, you know, a lot of family support there.
Here's the 35-year-old, the former ASP Junior World Champion back in the year 2000. Pedro Enrique, a former World Championship touring surfer on the Dream Tour, now in the final, a semifinalist last year, 5th place. Not happy with that. He's in the final, currently in 3rd, needing a 7.74 to win the World Surfing Games with 13 minutes remaining. And let's not count out the hometown favorite, Joan Derou from Team France, with a 6.67, a 5.13. And here we go, our leader, Johnny Corso.
Well, Corso is utilizing a huge weapon. He knows by the scores he's been getting, the judges are in huge appreciation of that very fast, very vertical backside attack, and he keeps whipping it out, going to that well, and judges are drinking it up.
Okay, 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Corso in first, an 8.17 and a 6.33. A two-wave combination score of a 14.5. That is the margin set. Joan Derou has an 11.8 two-wave combination. He now needs a 7.84 to win the World Surfing Games. Pedro Enrique from Portugal in blue, he has an 8.34 two-wave combination. Now he needs a 7.74 to go to first. And there we saw Johnny Corso. And for Jonathan Gonzalez, he needs a two-wave combination of a 14.51 because his high score is a 4.07. And so even if he were to get a perfect 10, it would not eclipse the 14.5 from Corso. So that is the standard. Gonzalez needs a two-wave combination. Enrique needs a 7.74. Derou needs a 7.84. 11 and a half minutes remaining.
Well, that last wave only yielding a 5.47, and looking back at the replay we saw, he hit it 3 times really nice, but they were just a little more lateral than the square bottom turn off the tops we've seen him. So maybe not enough time to get as square as he could have, but another decent score as a backup, perhaps.
Well, with second priority, that was Pedro Enrique in blue taking a look, but that was a closeout section. First priority is Joan Derou in white, and losing priority was Pedro. He kind of went for that wave, so he goes from second priority to fourth priority. And look at the people during the low tide cheering on Joan Derou here and the rest of the finalists of the Men's Open Final at the 2017 World Surfing Games.
Well, I got to surf the break yesterday at a pretty high tide, but I can tell you by looking at this all event long, these low tide conditions, it's almost a little more difficult to pick out those waves that have a good section at first and then double up over that little deep water bank. So Enrique checking that out for a possible long little left-hander, but unfortunately losing priority in the process.
10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. A bit of a low spell right here, Mike. We're seeing as this tide is starting to push in. Contest organizers looked at this window coming up this morning, finding about this time would be the ideal time. The semifinals were going off, and now we're into our 25-minute final. 15 minutes in, 10 minutes remaining. This is getting crunch time, Mike, and we're getting close to, you know, who's going to win gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Well, it's not over till the bell rings, my friend, and we have some pretty big scores needed to get in first place. Jonathan Gonzalez is comboed. He needs 2 waves to get that gold. Pedro Enrique, he needs a 7.74, and I tell you what, if he makes one of those errors, he'll probably get bigger than that. That was a huge air attempt, pretty much going for broke.
But
Here we
yellow.
go.
This will be Jonathan Gonzalez.
Yeah, Gonzalez needs 2 waves, so he's going to have to get pretty busy here. Only 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. I don't think that's going to help his cause. We'll see what the judges say, but a very slow, sleepy wave from what we've seen from Gonzalez all contest long.
2 regular foots, 2 goofy foots in this final. 9 minutes remaining. Corso, the 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, Mexico, is in first place. Combination scores again of an 8.17 and a 6.33. Joan Derou from Bayan, just up north, in second place. He's holding first priority. He needs a 7.84. He's on your right hand of the screen. He's in that white jersey. In third, this man, Pedro Enrique, needing a 7.74, up and riding.
Well, interesting double up sort of hindered his opportunity there. He got to the air, but when he landed sideways to the wave, and the double up was in front of him, so there's really no way he was going to be able to transition and get back into that. And let's not rule out Joan Duru. He needs a 7.84, but so very capable of that. And he has plenty of time even to replace that 6.67 and get 2 scores. And, well, speak of the devil, here goes Joan Duru speeding down on this left-hander, goes to the air again, unfortunately just comes apart.
7 minutes, 55 seconds. We see yellow on the tail end there. Joan had first priority, so we were following him. So Gonzalez got a wave. Let's see, a 3.9 on his last score. And this will be under one of his top 2, so a non-counting wave for Jonathan Gonzalez, still in that combination situation, meaning a one-wave score, his next wave, not capable of him of winning this World Surf Game Men's Open Division. He needs a 2-wave count of a 14.51. Enrique in third needs a 7.74. Duru in second needs a 7.84. They are chasing Johnny Corso with an 8.17 and a 6.33. That standard being set high by Johnny Corso, and his wave selection and his maturity in this final. Mike, he's caught a 4, a 5.47, not in his wave count. That would have him in contention, even in second place of those 2 throwaway waves. But no, he's got an 8.17 and a 6.33 in first.
And guess what? He's got first priority, so he's got command of the next best wave that he decides he wants. With this priority judging, you get to take any wave you want. No surfer can hinder your ride whatsoever. So a great new tool implemented here at the ISA. Priority surfing is wonderful.
You see the 4 black flags and the banners down on the beach. That'll be the staging area for the Aloha Cup. We will have the Aloha Cup semifinals coming up, so stay tuned for that. And we can tell you the teams in semifinal 1 will be Peru, France, Costa Rica, and New Zealand. We'll have another semifinal, and there's the lineup coming up in the semifinals. And the teams that are chosen, we have 47 surfing nations here in Biarritz. It's impossible to have an Aloha Cup for every single nation, so the rules are the last 8 teams that finished last year in Costa Rica qualify for the next year, and that's this year in Biarritz, France.
Well, there's the drone angle of Duru trying to make stuff happen there. Good strategic maneuver trying to get that air at the end. He needs some big scores, so that first snap was beautiful, but I don't think another snap would have cut it. So Duru doing the right thing, but unfortunately was unable to hold on.
Mike, it seems like Joan and Pedro on screen right now, it seems like the lefts that they are taking, they are going to try to go to the air to get the score they need to pass this man, Johnny Corso.
So there you see the priority at work. Pedro Enrique was looking that wave, but he saw Corzo looking down the line. He saw Corzo paddling for it, and he knew he could not inhibit his ride.
So Johnny Corso will be paddling back out. Joan Duru on his last failed wave attempt, a 2.43, not one of his top 2. Johnny Corso, this will be wave number 5 for him, possibly not one of his top 2, but let's watch these replays.
Well, Corzo getting a little mistake off of that one. Beautiful second turn, just really hitting it hard. He decides not to milk that wave for everything it's worth, so maybe saving his energy, thinking he's not going to improve from that 6.33. But here goes Enrique. Let's see what he's got. A little left-hander lining up. Starts with a pretty standard off the lip and looking snappy and strong. Let's see if this gives him a bonus on the inside. So decent ride for Enrique. He's definitely going to throw away that 1.57 on his score line. That's just sitting there useless. And he needs a 7.74. So my guess is he's going to need to get back out and find something with more substance.
Okay, 4 minutes, 10 seconds, Mike. Corso, the 18-year-old, he's been in the lead the majority of this 25-minute final. How is all of Mexico dealing with this right now?
Well, I'm sure they're ecstatic. I'm sure there's dancing in the streets in his hometown. And if they're tuning in, they might even have a little parade for this young man because Mexico has just hit new frontier.
5.7 for Pedro Enrique on his last wave. He goes from third to second place. Here we go. Jonathan Gonzalez from Spain.
Well, Gonzalez on a beautiful-looking left-hander. Only 2 moves, but very, very well-polished surfing from Gonzalez. So finally taking up the ticker there. He's going to throw away that 3-9 for sure.
And possibly break that combination, now needing a one-wave score to win the men's open division.
Yeah, that wave may have opened the door to his final 3 minutes here.
We're going to show you a series of the waves so far in this final, Mike. This is what we've been seeing, and this man has been lighting up this final, Johnny Corso.
Yeah, well, with those backside vertical snaps, Corso's just really taken the lead. This was an opening ride for Daru, just got that nice air rotation. Meanwhile, Pedro Enrique, same thing, executed even better. So he got the high score coming into the first 5 minutes. But Daru picked up a couple more waves and really surfing well, surfing solid. Meanwhile, this was the first right of Gonzalez where he actually put a decent score on the board, looking snappy. And here's Corso, obviously. You can hear the crowd outside cheering, Bo. I have a feeling Joan Daru just got a wave.
Well, we're going to save that for you because this man right here, the 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, is now leading this men's final, but time is ticking away. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Stay tuned. We're going to tell you what that man just did. But prior, Jonathan Gonzalez is definitely going to be breaking that two-wave count. It looks like he's got a near excellent score. But with 2 minutes remaining, what was all the cheering about? Well, we see red, we see white paddling back out. One of our two leaders in our final could have done some damage out in the water, Mike.
Well, you know, maybe this next score of Gonzalez is answering my question. Maybe half the beach is from Spain because a pretty good score is dropping for Jonathan Gonzalez right now.
A 5.7 last for Enrique, a 5.23 last for Corso. Here's what we missed, Mike.
Johnny Corso, the young man of this heat, getting a couple little snaps right here. Going down the line, we've seen him make good on these end sections, but that one not really pairing out. And here's the Frenchman, Joan Daru, on a bigger wave, goes to the air, rotates, nice landing. So Joan Daru looking strong here in the closing moments of this heat.
Is that wave a 7.84? If it is, Joan Daru will be leading with 1 minute to go here in Biarritz at the men's open of the ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, an important score, too, for Jonathan Gonzalez. He just got a 7.67, so Johnny Corso no longer sitting comfy, Bo.
Gonzalez now needs a 6.84 to win. Joan Daru needs a 7.84, and we are waiting for a score. Pedro Enrique needs a 7.74 to win the men's open division with 30 seconds to go.
Okay, here's Enrique. He needs a 7.74. Like you say, beautiful snap to start there. Just a little bit of mistiming there on that second section, so that's not going to cut it.
Okay, we're awaiting Joan Daru, needing a 7.84 to win. Joan gets a 7.23, regains second. He needs a 7.28, and there's 10 seconds remaining. Joan is paddling back out. We can hear the beach announcers. The countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's the horn. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 ISA Men's World Champion, an 18-year-old from Puerto Escondido, Johnny Corso. I don't think it has hit him yet, Mike.
Well, that is amazing calm showed by such a young man. Maybe he just it hasn't sunk in. You're right. I think he's until the loudspeaker stops, it's in French, so maybe he doesn't know what they're saying, but Johnny Corso just really making Mexico proud.
For Joan Daru, judges' scores were both high and low of the requirement, Mike.
Yeah, well, that was a really great answer back from the Frenchman, and it took him all the way up to the silver medal, so no unhappy day there. Joan Daru looking good for the silver, and wow, great performances from all four surfers.
It looks like he's just out for a free surf. He didn't know the heat has ended. He's just out there, hey, I'm going to catch another wave. He doesn't realize the magnitude of what just happened, Mike. And there's Jeremy Flores asking and questioning that last score for Joan Daru.
Well, I had a good sit down at dinner with the judges. They really have perfected and kept their game.
And now the
Very
announcement has
objective.
been made on the beach. He has finally heard he has won the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games Men's Open Division. There's Team Mexico. So here are your results. Johnny Corso, gold. Joan Daru, silver. Pedro Enrique, bronze. Jonathan Gonzalez, copper.
Okay, so I got to imagine that Vince Della Pina from Vissla and Eric Melbergen, the boys, are tuned in no matter what time of day, enjoying this moment along with the entire country of Mexico. Let's just say all of Latin America. And there's one of our announcers, Calais.
That was the guy co-commentating with us, setting up this exciting final. Colley's just been beaming about this young 18-year-old. He was saying he is breaking down barriers down there, and he is carrying his board right now. That's how excited one of our commentators is about this young man.
Well, this is no small feat. I mean, number one, the athletics. Number two, the talent. Number three, the pressure. And all the heats it takes. You cannot make mistakes. And just a variety of elements coming together for what this is, an amazing first-time feat for Team Mexico and this young man, of course, Johnny Corzo.
And you got to feel for Joan Daru. Look at him in the back. He gave it his all. That last wave was a make-or-break wave for Joan Daru, and he'll win the silver medal.
Yeah, stunning performances all contest long. Hats off to Team France for taking the gold medal in the team, and of course the two ladies dominating in the ladies division. So
Team France has 1 gold and 2 silvers in this World Surfing Games.
And you know what? There's more medals at stake to come.
Yeah, and the Aloha Cup. And we already knew Team France was going to win the team already with the placement of their men and women coming into our final day. So Team France will have 2 golds and 2 silvers represented. 2 golds with Paulina Doe in the individual and for the team, and 2 silvers with Joanne Defay in the women, and a silver for Joan Daru. But how exciting is this for the Mexican Surfing Federation with their historic first medal of their history, and it's a gold.
Mucho grande, my friend. This is a big deal. So you can imagine that news will make its way, if not already, to the sports department of Mexico. This on the eve of the Olympic entry for next year. Mexico has just placed themselves as the world leader in men's surfing at this event.
And now the magnitude. When the heat ended, Mike, we were keeping our cameras on Johnny, and he had not known for a good 3-4 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes, that he had won a world title at the World Surfing Games?
Yeah, maybe he went under a wave and he didn't hear the score, and we'll see. We're gonna obviously catch up with Ana Flora. Let's get that ambient sound here, boys.
Yeah, we got Mateo from Argentina, one of our co-announcers down there, giving him a hug. There's Kali, another Spanish co-announcer, and the whole South America, Central America, the Latin community, so excited about this young new world champion, Johnny Corzo. Let's go down beachside with Ann Flor. Take it away, Ann.
Johnny Corzo, 18 years old, ISA World Champion.
Oh, that's an amazing feeling. I don't have words for it. It's just something I wanted since I was little, since I started surfing. This is my second year on the ISA. At first, I made it to semifinals. And then, this year my first open event, and I got the gold.
Dream come true?
The dream come true for sure, and then I think it's going to change my life for sure on every aspect.
First medal for Mexico, and it's a gold. You've got to be excited and so happy and so proud to be representing Mexico out here.
Oh yeah, the gold is just the best feeling. Yeah, I just can't believe it. Just the dream come true, and thanks to all my team, my sponsors, and everyone for the support. great feeling.
How much of an amazing adventure has it been for you to be representing Mexico all this week and going all the way to the finals and winning those finals?
Oh, it's just amazing feeling. It's like I've been focusing since I got here. I was like, it's gonna be a hard one. Some city riders are in it, but I was like, just put it in my mind. And yeah, thanks to the judges, to everyone for the support, and then yeah.
And of course, you got to send some love to Mexico that's watching and that's so proud of you right now.
Saludos a todos de México. Llevamos la de oro para México. Campeones del mundo. Sí, se puede. ¡Viva México! ¡Woo! Yeah, viva México! Yeah, Cobra! Yeah.
Thank you so much. Huge congrats.
Thank you so much, Ann. Congratulations to gold medal world champion Johnny Corso. I'm sure we're going to get some more interviews down below, and especially of all of our great athletes. And Mike, your thoughts about Johnny Corso winning the gold?
Well, if he had a big red blanket in his hands, he would be the matador with a bunch of bulls, and the bullfighter comes out unscathed, the champion.
Well, this final really lived up to the final. Of course, you know, we would have loved to see bigger surf, but, you know, all competitors had to compete in the same conditions. I'm Bo Hodge, Mike Latronic. Welcome to the final webcast, the final day of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. It's been a great honor, and we're not done yet. We've got the Aloha Cup. This is tag team surfing coming up next, but let's talk about the women's final that was held on Monday. We saw France just dominate in the women's surfing. They brought their big guns, their WCT surfers, talking about Joanne and Pauline.
Yeah, well, Joanne Defay and Pauline Ado just put on a clinic, and not only did they surf well, but they obviously read this shore break so well. We actually named a peak over there where everyone started surfing. That was Pauline's Peak.
In the final, also from Costa Rica, it was Leilani McGonigal, and also from South Africa with the copper medal, fourth place, Bianca Bettendag from South Africa. 3 of the 4 women in the final, WCT's current surfers right now.
Yeah, well, it's a clear indication that the popularity of the ISA Games has risen to a peak, and the performances this year were as good as any other year. It's really risen to a climactic event.
And now the men's final. Unbelievable. Our European champion, Jonathan Gonzalez, in 4th place. Pedro Henrique in 3rd place from Portugal. Joan Derou just a hair away from going gold for France in the men's final. And how about the 18-year-old Johnny Corso, the world champion in 2017 at the ISA World Surfing Games?
Yeah, you got to love that the whole beach erupted, that major tense moment when Jean Derou got up on a set wave, went across. He just had the air, maybe landed in the flats a little bit for the, it was a good air. It got a great score, but just shy of taking out the win.
Mike, I think tequila is going to be the call instead of red wine tonight. Celebrations for Johnny Corso.
Yeah, well, we aren't too far from Spain, so I imagine they'll be speaking Spanish in the streets of Biarritz as well as French.
Well, we've got the Aloha Cup semifinals coming up. Let's look at a great package of some of the best waves of the day in semifinal 1, semifinal 2, and, of course, the men's open final. You're watching the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games live from Biarritz, France. We'll be right back after this great package of today's best waves. And here we go, Mike. Kind of foggy this morning. In fact, we had a fog delay. Yeah, this is Johnny Corso in semifinal number 1. On his backhand, slicing and dicing and just tearing apart in the first semifinal. We're going to bring on Diogo. Yep. We're looking back at our first semifinal, and this was Surfer in Blue. This is Vincent Romero, another Spaniard in today's competition. And then here, Surfer in Yellow, Jeremy Flores from France. Back to Romero, launching, connecting.
Yeah, a great day of action, Bo. We have seen some great performances. Johnny Corso, I don't think he ever believed it, but it's so great for him to see this. This is Pedro Henrique from Portugal once again. Nothing major there. This was Jeremy Flores. You could see that Jeremy was in tune with that wave, but again, Corzo, look at that. That was a bit of a sign of things to come, don't you think?
Oh, his backhand surfing won him a world title. It wasn't his forehand, and it wasn't big wave surfing. It was his small wave maneuvers on his backhand that won him a world title today.
That and a whole lot of passion. Look at that. He couldn't even believe that he made it to the semifinal. Never lost, not to mention win the whole thing.
Here's the second semifinal as it was starting
That's
out.
Jordy
Surfer in
Collins.
yellow. This is Jordy Collins. And halfway through, with 13 minutes and 54 seconds remaining, we had a fog delay that lasted almost a half hour.
Yeah, that's it. And this is Johan Deroux after that fog. Johan was looking good. He's just from around the corner in Bayonne. So everyone very excited for Team France when he made the final. Bo, this is Jonathan Gonzalez. Great to see him put some great heats together in this event. Look at that sharp backhand surfing.
He won a medal. He podiumed at the World Surfing Games in 2017. Huge for Team Spain.
Oh, absolutely amazing! Super happy for them. We were talking by the beginning of the week that they were a bit of a silent killers, and this is our Moroccan surfer Ramdani. Look at that, some great sharp surfing also. But Team Spain, how great was that? Jordy Collins yesterday.
Yeah, Jordy Collins, the young American, the 18-year-old from Carlsbad, California. He's got to feel very happy about his performance, a semifinal performance here in this year's World Surfing Games.
Yeah, young team coming from the U.S., but Jordy Collins already showing a lot of personality, a lot of good contest surfing, and what was so great to see too was the packed beach. Team
Okay.
Portugal, that's a
Team
shout.
Portugal getting their man Pedro ready. There's Johan Deroux building up for the final as this exciting final just concluded. You can see the clean conditions, and it began with this one from Johan.
Yeah, Johan, a 6.67 if I'm not mistaken, and just behind him, Pedro Henrique, look at that, just answering back, and even better rotation. And then Corzo started destroying those red-handers.
Oh, this was the 817. He just dissected, slicing. Watch how low he gets, and the amplitude on his turn snaps back around. Power surfing in such small conditions won him a world title today.
And just behind him, that's Johan Deroux. Of course, Johan never gave up, always trying to get back on that first position. A nice layback from our French surfer as we see the French and Mexican flags waving together. The United Nations of Surfing really come about here.
I believe we're going to go down beachside with Anne Fleur. Anne, are you down there?
Johan Deroux getting out of the water of those finals of the World Surfing Game with a silver medal. No regrets?
Yeah, a little bit. I start good, then I didn't get too much wave, but then I was still needing a 7 point something, and I got a wave at the end. I did like a turn and a hair. I thought it was a score, so it's a little bit hard to lose at home, like really close, because I was thinking I got it, and I was like, oh, maybe, and it came just short, so it's pretty hard to get second like this. But tomorrow I'm gonna enjoy the second place, or maybe tonight with a couple beers.
And world champion with the French team, so it's an amazing day. You have the whole French public cheering for you and supporting you the whole way. You've shown amazing surfing through the whole week. What will stand out in your memory from this incredible week of surfing?
Yeah, that was the goal, to win by team. We never did it before, so that was the goal when we come here, and we did it like yesterday already. So today was like no pressure, just if we can win, it's good. And we wanted to the final, maybe with Jeremy, but he had a bad hit just before, didn't get the waves, and now I'm happy to get again.
Et quelques mots en français pour tous les gens qui te soutiennent.
Merci tout le monde de m'avoir soutenu depuis toutes ces années. Et je serai encore la prochaine fois et au Chili.
Félicitations, Johan.
Merci.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Johan Deroux, a silver medal in 2017. And he's going to pack his bags and go to Fiji. And like he said, it's going to hit him later. Right now, he's a little upset. He thought he had won. And you know, the judges were high and low on the score, required that, and he gave it his all. He gave 100% in that final, but a silver medal is nothing to be ashamed about.
Yeah.
And Francois is going to walk away with 2 golds and 2 silvers, a gold for Pauline, a gold for team, obviously, a silver for Joanne Defay, and a silver for Johan Deroux.
Yeah, and just 0.6 short So Joanne was that close, but Johnny Corzo with that sharp backhand surfing just was unstoppable in that final.
We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to set up. Oh, you know what? Let's go back down to the beach before we do that and check in with Anne Fleur.
With Pedro Henrique, today is a big day for you, bringing home the silver for Portugal and the bronze for yourself. A lot of excitement, a lot of pressure. What's going on through your head right now?
Yeah, like, so for sure I'm pretty happy. Like, it's really good for us being second again. And of course we made the final, we always want to win. And I think I did pretty good. Like, I had my chances, I started pretty well. And then I had a really nice one that I went for 100%, like I was for a massive air, and I mistake for a little bit. And that's the way how it is. So after that I didn't find a better chance to find another wave like that, and that's the way how it is. So nothing to do.
But of course, whole Portugal supporting you and bringing home the silver medal. It's got to be something that means a lot to you and to your whole country.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really proud to be part of the team, to be proud of all these, and now we're going for the tag team, and it'll be super good to compete again, be there fighting for the team, like fight for the country. Nice. I'm stoked to be second again with Portugal, and let's keep training, keep going for the next one. Woo!
Couple words in Portuguese.
Obrigado a todos que estiveram a torcer, estiveram a nos acompanhar. Ficamos mais uma vez em segundo. Foi uma luta grande, mas conseguimos. Foi por pouco, chegamos na final. Por uma onda quase venci, mas faz parte. Então agora é ir para o tag team com tudo para levar essa medalha de ouro para Portugal. Bora!
Felicitations, muito obrigado.
Obrigado.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anne Fleur. Thank you, Pedro Henrique. A very stoked individual there, Pedro. Missed on the finals last year in Costa Rica, but came back to France really close to home, just a 12-hour drive, and got that medal that he didn't get last year. Of course, Team Portugal eventually made it to second place last year. We'll see in what position they will wrap up. The big story of the day, of course, Team Mexico getting the gold in the men's division. 18-year-old Johnny Corzo from Mexico getting Mexico's first medal and Johnny's first big international result. So that was pretty exciting. Great job from our Mexican surfer. Of course, Joan Duru, Pedro Henrique, Jonathan Gonzalez put on a great fight in that final heat of the men's division of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. And we are really excited about that result, but the competition isn't over for today. That's right, we're still have the Aloha Cup to be decided, a very exciting format, a very exciting competition, a team relay event, and Aloha Cup is coming up next. We're going on a short commercial break, so stay tuned for that, because there might be some more medals coming for your team, and of course, you don't want to miss that. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back with some more action coming from Biarritz, from the Grand Plage, and the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
Love's in
And we're back. The Aloha Cup is on, and so is the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from the Grand Plage in Biarritz with the Aloha Cup's first semifinal. Team Peru, Team France, Team Costa Rica, and Team New Zealand are now in the water. And a very exciting times. And we're really excited about these four teams. Team Peru in red, Team France in white, Team Costa Rica in yellow, and Team Blue, Team New Zealand in blue. Again, these are the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live in Biarritz at the Grand Plage. You can see that the tents are set. The crowds are well dispersed in that stretch of sand. And everyone's going to follow this competition really closely. Again, this is a team relay event featuring 4 men and 1 woman from the top 8 teams from the 2016 World Surfing Games that took place in Peru. The Aloha Cup has a pretty simple format with 2 semifinals and a final. Each of those heats has 1 hour, as we see New Zealand's starting things off with their first wave. And 2 teams advance through each semifinal into the final, just as if it were a normal heat with 4 guys. On our screen is Team New Zealand. Representing Team New Zealand, we have Taylor Hutchinson, who's now in the water, then Paul Moretti, JC Susan, Zan Wallis, and Raya Enzor. That's the field for Team New Zealand, but I was telling us a bit about the format of the ISA Aloha Cup. Each surfer can catch only 3 waves, and each will count towards the team overall score. Every wave stood up on counts and will receive a score, so there's no margin for errors. Every wave counts, and it's really important to make the most of every opportunity. We can see that New Zealand started with an okay score, a 4-point ride. So, meanwhile, it looks like we have Anne-Fleur down there with Team New Zealand. Team New Zealand with the first wave. Take it away, Anne-Fleur.
Team New Zealand, you guys just had a first wave. Who did you send? What is the tactic? And how is that going to all play in this Aloha Cup?
Giving us heaps of time. A nice one to get one out the way early. And, yeah, pretty stoked to be down on the beach. And plenty of time to get a few for the rest of us.
How did you choose who you were going to send?
We just went Taylor surf best so far, so we put him out first, and then, you know, the way we usually do it, Paul, JC, me, then Raiha, it's going to work best.
And what's the vibe here? We've had so much tension throughout the whole competition. Is this a little bit more fun, a little bit more playful?
Definitely, just chilling out, get some waves. It really brings a team together, this event, so that's why I think it's one of my favourite parts of the cup.
So what's the special trick to actually win this Aloha Cup?
The what, sorry?
What is going to be the special trick to win this Aloha Cup?
Get everyone back in the box. Yeah, secret weapon.
Do you guys have a team cheer sort of song or something to show some excitement?
No, we're very collective people, quiet people from New Zealand though.
Quiet Kiwis. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And Team New Zealand, excited to be in the Aloha Cup, Diogo.
Of course. How could you not? We were just talking a bit about the format and how exciting it is and how, you know, energetic it gets when you really want to get things going. We have presented Team New Zealand, but we're waiting for some waves from the other teams to take a look at the rest of the gang. But do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, you know, Team France, they got Vincent Duvinac, Dimitri Ovray, Jeremy Flores, Joan Deroux, Justine Dupont. But here we go. This is Team New Zealand. Looks like Taylor Hutchison. Nice snap closing out. And here we go. Surfer in yellow. This was a rider.
That's Jason Torres from Costa Rica.
6.5 or 5.5, we should say, on this opening wave. First wave for Team New Zealand. Taylor gets a 4. And riding for France out in the water right now will be Vincent Duvinac. And riding out for Team Peru, it'll be Sebastian Correa. So each team allowed to have 4 males. Each team's allowed to have 1 woman surfer. The order is picked by the team as they send them out. And it looks like Team Peru is not having a woman to go out, or maybe we'll see her at the last second because we've got a pre-list right here, Diogo.
Yep, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But if they don't get that extra element that a women surfer in their roster, that's going to be tough on their side.
Yeah, so there'll be 2 semifinals, and obviously the team with the best 2 points, the best waves in the team-wise categories, you're seeing them on the screen, they'll advance into a 4-team final. And coming up in our next one, we're going to have Portugal, the United States of America, Argentina, and Japan. And all 8 teams that qualified for this year's Aloha Cup were the 8 teams that finished in the seeding of the World Championships down in Costa Rica last year, the best 8 teams. Not the Aloha Cup best 8 teams, but the way the final team standings paired up.
And on the women's side of the teams now in the water, we also have some news on France's side, because neither Joanne Defay or Pauline Erdő are here because they're in Fiji for the next stop of the WSL World Women's Tour event in Fiji there. So who do we got here?
Justine Dupont. She was a medalist last year in Costa Rica. She was on Team France last year. She was the first alternate for the women this year in case one of the girls had to leave early to go to Fiji. She was there to be standing by. And in the Aloha Cup, they can send in their alternates, and that's not a penalty. It doesn't mean that Joanne was forced or Pauline was forced to do the Aloha Cup, because this is kind of even though they get medals for the Aloha Cup here at the World Surfing Games, it doesn't count towards the team standings.
It does not, but it's obviously a very coveted award there to win the gold medal. You get the chance to wave your flag in the stage and and really make a stand for your country. And, of course, we also have a great team on France's side with all the boys, Vincent, Dimitri, Jeremy, and Joanne.
Yeah, and, that's their team. Those are the 4 guys that came here to compete, and so we're going to see all 4 of them out there, and all 4 of them made the quarterfinals. 2 of them made the semifinals, and Joanne was runner-up to Johnny Corso in the finals. So hats off to all the men and all the women of Team France's. They have locked down that gold medal. But who and what order is the finish for silver, bronze, and copper? We still do not know the final team, and we'll have that coming up for the closing ceremonies.
Yeah, that will be revealed then. Really exciting times. We knew that coming to today, Team Spain and Team Portugal had already secured a top 3 finish. So, but US had a chance there. So I'm not sure what's going to go down. That will be revealed later on by yourself, actually, at the closing ceremony. I'll be excited to see how you're working on your French.
Well, luckily, Anne Flore's there. She can take over for my French, and I can take over for her English, but she speaks multi-languages.
She does. She does. That's in fact one of the good things that we have of so many of the staff here. And it's one of the great things of the ISA that also has 2 official languages, Spanish and English.
That's very good. And we are broadcasting also in French, too.
We sure are. We sure are. And let's go over Peru's names. Peru without any wave.
And Sebastian Correa is out for Team Peru right now, but they'll be joined out with some great young talent. We saw this next young man in the quarterfinals late yesterday.
We did. Juninho Urcia did quite a good surfing. Cristobal de Col also put on some great show, some great performances, put on a great show for Team Peru. He will be 4th. Before himself will be Carlos Maria Zapata. So that's Team Peru. What's exciting is that 10 minutes are gone, and these teams only have 1 wave surf, so it's going to get one of those rush down heats on those final minutes, won't there?
Yeah, we've got a declining swell. Conditions aren't ideal. The waves haven't been all that great this year. Of course, we want bigger stuff. So, this 45-minute time frame is really squeezing a lot for all these guys. Here we go, Team Peru, Sebastian Correa. On his attack, nice fluid backhand snap. Here he goes. On this double-up section, he rides right through it, and that's going to be a keeper wave for Team Peru.
Sebastian Correa, brother of Alonso Correa, who got a medal last year.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a very interesting wave for Peru there. They waited quite a bit, but it shaped up really nicely as we go straight to blue. This is our surfer from New Zealand, none other than Taylor Hutchison. Exciting that to see that each team chooses how and in what order they will send out their surfers. But accidentally, I'm not sure if accidentally, but it's a curiosity that France, Costa Rica, and New Zealand put on their ladies in the last surfer.
34 minutes, 18 seconds remaining, and we see a transition coming in. This is Team New Zealand. Taylor will be turning in. Now, there are some technical rules for the Aloha Cup. They have to be tagging off to the next competitor, and you see him running up in the shoreline area.
But blue only caught one wave. Only caught 2 waves.
Well, maybe they've pushed down the requirements of the waves because of the time frame. And he's got to run through all the beachgoers, and he'll be tagging off. It looks like Paul Moretti will get the tag. And that's surfer in white, Team France, Vincent Duvinac. And there goes Paul. Now he'll be running down and weaving and bobbing through the beachgoers.
You really have to be in a great shape to compete in the Aloha Cup. As we go straight with Jason Torres from Costa Rica.
Yeah, Costa Rica won the gold medal at the Aloha Cup this time last year in Costa Rica. So it looks like all the competitors, once they reach their second wave, they'll be coming in.
Yep, exciting rules for this year's edition of the Aloha Cup, Bo.
Yeah, running up, Torres will be tagging off. It looks like for Costa Rica, Anthony Fillingham will be the backup. We can see red running up the beach also. That was Team Peru, Sebastian Correa. But we'll keep our eyes here on our Costa Rican defending gold medal champion Aloha Cup from last year, Jason. And here we go, surfer in white. This is Vincent.
Yep, that's Vincent Duvinac. Just 2 turns for Vincent, and he's going to get out of there at 2.5 on his first wave. So it looks like every surfer can only catch 2 waves, so every effort counts, Bo. And that's one of the exciting things here. There's not really a lot of room for mistakes.
And you see Jason right there. He's exhausted.
And this is our second surfer from Costa Rica, Bo. That's Anthony Fillingham, like you had said before.
Yeah, Anthony, a former silver medalist at the World Surf Games, I believe, about 6 years ago. And, of course, he won a gold medal last year in this event, the fun event known as the Aloha Cup. Last year's order was Costa Rica gold, United States of America with the silver, Argentina with the bronze, and New Zealand down with the copper. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Ann Flor.
With Team Costa Rica now, it's really exciting. All the teams are changing surfers. It's running, it's going really fast. How long seems the wait when the guys are in the water and you're waiting for waves to make sure they have those 2 first waves?
Well, it's when you're out there, it's hard because sometimes the set come and then you stop for 5 minutes, so we're running out of time and you're like on the beach, you're waiting for the other competitor to come and check your hand and just run as fast as you can. That's the idea, and not wasting time and get a good wave, so that's the hardest part. But we're thankful to be here and be part of the semifinals. It's been a blessing for the whole team to be in the ISA, and it's just fun. Yeah, as you guys can see, it's super fun.
How did you choose who you were going to send first and second?
Well, that's a decision from the coach. So we all have our own strategy, so we have to stick with the plan.
So let's hear the strategy.
Well, so the strategy was 2 guys do 1 air and 1 power surfing wave, but the first guy just did a 2 powerful waves. He didn't do an air, but this guy next, he should have to do an air, so he get higher scores. And then the 2 men, the last men, we have to do power surfing. So we see how it goes, and the lady is the last one, so she can have the most time. So that's your strategy. We'll see how it goes.
How excited are you guys? How much excitement? How much cheers and happy smiles is there in this moment right now of this competition?
Oh, for us, it's amazing. This is like, we're in France. We're representing our country, Costa Rica, and it's just a blessing. It's amazing to be here, smiling, and even if we do good or bad, we're here. So it's a blessing. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ann. And Team Costa Rica has won The Aloha Cup, Diogo, the gold medal the last 2 years in a row. They won the gold medal in Nicaragua as a team and the Aloha Cup. As we see Team Peru.
Yeah, that's a great wave for our surfer from Peru, Bo. He's still going. Look at that. He's going to get a connection. Oh, man. What a wave for Team Peru. That's Juninho Urcia doing some of that great surfing we saw. But you were talking about Costa Rica. They work so good as a team. And look at the scores they put on their first two waves.
Yeah, a 5.5 and a 6.5. And you heard during the interview, they've got a strategy of certain guys are going for air, certain guys going for power surfing, and it seems like that's paying off right now. Peru has a 6.33 and a 2.3. They're in second place behind Costa Rica. New Zealand, a 4.0 and a 2.73. So they're in third place. And Team France, they got to be exhausted. They've been surfing a lot during this competition, and, of course, coming off Joanne and Jeremy earlier today.
Yeah, and, of course, Team France always going for gold. Got that gold medal yesterday. But I would say that psychologically they must be feeling tired too, because there was that loss in the final minutes for Joanne, and there was that pressure of really getting the gold and getting the scores and getting the medals throughout the whole week in their home towns, in their home country. So it's definitely an exhausting event for Team France as we go straight to the replay with the last wave of yellow. That's our surfer Anthony. No, that's the last wave of Jason Torres. And this is the first wave of Juninho. And Bo, I love this wave.
Yeah, he just goes to town on this wave. Combination maneuvers. I like the variety. Here he was almost going to lose the wave, but he finds the connection and rewarded right there at the end, slashing it right through. That's going to be a good keeper score for Peru.
Yeah, that left-hander lined up really nicely, and you can really see why there are more lefts breaking at this part of the beach. Look at how that deep water sand is really located and shaped. It really, when you get the swell lines, the first ones hit that deep water spot, and the rest of the one hits the sandbank, and you can see that the lines just shape up nicely. And we've seen plenty of left-handers ridden this week, and just a handful of rides.
Yeah, just the way the angle of the swell hits the bay here. We're facing, when you stand on the beach, facing straight towards the horizon, facing out towards the northwest. So a lot of those southern swells are blocked from here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see White in position, Bo, that left-hander's looking good for Team France, and it's Dimitri up and riding. He's going for an air. No, big floater. Ooh, but goes down.
So panning off, 26 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, semi-final number one of the Aloha Cup edition of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. Kind of relaxing and breathing now, just taking in that men's final. And what did you take away from that? Because you had one of your countrymen in that final you must have been excited about.
Yeah, I was really excited for Pedro Henrique, of course, missing out on a medal last year, but getting one this year, and of course, exciting times. But for me, I mean, Portugal, of course, has a special place in my heart, but the stories are so good that you can never forget about them. As we go straight with blue, this is Moretti for New Zealand. He's going to get out of the water. But Team Spain finally getting a major result in an ISA event. Mexico getting a gold medal. And, of course, France dominating pretty much the whole event with this young man and his teammates doing a lot of great surfing.
There's go Dimitri. He'll tag off. And there's Jeremy Flores. Jeremy will have one more surf, and if they make it out of this semifinal, he'll have a final surf off before he's packing his bags, heading down to Fiji for stop number 5 at the WSL World Tour, the WCT event. The women were called off today. Looks like they'll possibly have a Tuesday or Wednesday start with the swell coming down in there.
Yeah, and we see Moretti from New Zealand getting out, and it's JC Susan who's going to replace him in the water for Team New Zealand. Team New Zealand in third place at the moment, and it's Costa Rica who's dominating. It's Costa Rica who's dominating the heat so far. There's still a lot of scores to come. Team France is actually who's in the lead. Peru in second, New Zealand third, Costa Rica fourth. Yeah, I lost. I'm off too, huh? I can hear myself. 25 minutes to go. Team France in the lead. Peru with a 6.4 and a 6.33. And a 5.6 is France's best wave as we go straight with live action. This is Costa Rica trying to work on their back hand there with Anthony Fillingham. Just got his second wave, so he's going to get out of the water.
We see Jimmy Hogan, one of the key coaches and team officials there for Costa Rica, helping them out. Of course, Jimmy competed in the West Coast Series back in the 80s and 90s on the ASP World Tour, and now a full-time resident down in Costa Rica. And we saw him last year at Jaco, and what a great host Costa Rica was last year for the World Surfing Games 2014. The ISA was down in Peru, in all anticipation for 2018. No one knows where the ISA is taking the World Surf Games, and I think after the success that France has put on, probably a bar none best showing here, I mean, I'm sure a lot of countries are bidding with the ISA to host next year's World Surfing Games.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet there's a lot of interest, and it's going to be exciting to see how many countries show up. How many athletes will be there, if there will be another record in the making at that event. But absolutely, I mean, the Olympic movement is changing the face of the ISA and as the face of surfing. So I think it's going to affect even the countries that will host the event. As we see Jeremy Flores, look at that movement. He gets that moving so well, gets those nice backside turns, and very dynamic. 2 minutes is what you need to get 2 waves in these kind of conditions. But these guys don't want just 2 waves. They want the 2 best wave possible in a well-reasoned time.
Well, right now, Costa Rica and France are sitting 1 and 2, looking to advance on into the final. And 15.9 for Costa Rica, 15.07, 15.03 for Peru. So everybody's still in the game here.
Yeah, pretty much. And we see that only France has their 4th man in the water with a surfed wave. Of course, New Zealand also has that. The 3rd man, sorry. With wave surfed, because New Zealand also has their 3rd man, JC Susan, but he hasn't surfed a wave yet, Bo. But time is ticking down for teams like Peru and Costa Rica, who still have, well, not Peru, but Costa Rica still has to get 3 surfers out there. And the last one needs to check in at the tent to have his waves count.
Yeah, yeah. They got to come in that 45-minute time zone. There are penalties if you don't come in at a certain time, or if the tag was made illegally. They've got the judges down there, not only in the tower, but down in those 4 black tents in the staging area for the Aloha Cup. Welcome to the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We concluded the women's on Monday. Congratulations to Team France going gold and silver, with Pauline Odo with the gold, Joanne DeFay with the silver, Leilani McGonigal, who we're going to see coming up shortly here for Team Costa Rica. She was the bronze medal winner on Monday, and Bianca Bettendag won the copper. Here we go. Jeremy Flores catching his second wave, quick, precise, and to the point. Looking good. So now Jeremy will come in. He'll tag off to Joan Daru, the silver medal winner for the men. And then Justine Dupont will anchor the leg for Team France. So it looks like around 10 minutes an individual. So if Joan gets out there, that'll leave about 15 minutes for Justine.
Yep, that's right. And although Team France is getting all their surfers in the water at a pretty good pace, the scores haven't come out as great as they would have liked, although this wave of Jeremy is looking a bit better. Our surfer from originally born in Madagascar, living in Reunion Island, spends a lot of time here, of course. That's where he lives most of the year. But being a World Tour surfer, He's always traveling.
Look how exhausted Jeremy is as he comes in. Here we go, Costa Rica. It looks like possibly this is Jair or Anthony.
This is Anthony
Yeah,
Fillingham.
it looks like Anthony.
Anthony Fillingham just trying to get he got that leash off, and he's running. And everyone knows how much it takes to run on your wetsuit in the water. It's just such an exhausting feat. But these guys, these athletes are in good shape. We saw some great surfing out of all of them throughout the week.
See Team Peru running up on the beach.
That's Juninho Urcia.
He'll be passing off to Carlos Mario Zabata. And Team Peru, oh, look at him. He's got a sprint to him. Of course, Peru was the host of the World Surf Games just 3 years ago.
Classic ISA Aloha Cup fall there for.
Yeah. This is for fun. This is for a medal, but this is for fun too, you know.
And you can tell that these guys want to have fun, but they also want to win it. Look how hard they paddle, how hard they run.
Yeah, we see Vincent and Justine talking there. Of course, Vincent was already out in the water competing, and Justine's just probably frothing at the mouth, getting out in the water and having her first surf session officially for this year's championship team for Team France. Even though it hasn't officially been announced, it was in the press release yesterday. So we can say that much, that Team France won the team. And how about French surfing for this past year? They are the reigning junior world championship winners last year in the Azores. And now this year winning here in Biarritz, the World Surf Games. I mean, France is really producing a lot of great surfers, whether it's the QS, whether it's the ISA, whether it's the Junior Pro Surfing Series that are going around, and their amateur circuit too. So it's great to see France stepping up.
Yeah, it really is. And France sure has a lot of talent, a lot of good management. The French Surfing Federation has been doing a great job. And let's throw it down to the beach with Anne Florbeau.
Team France, how much pressure, how much. This week was so much for you guys, and it was so tiring. How are you gonna, put so much extra effort for this Aloha Cup?
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, but at the same time, it's super fun to surf with the team. And yeah, it's not an easy job today because there's not a lot of waves, and yeah, not a lot of good waves. So yeah, you have to go very fast.
And you must be frothing to get into the water finally.
Yeah, for sure. And the last one is gonna be a good challenge, a big challenge. I don't know if I will have time to surf or not. We'll see.
How did you choose who was gonna go first? Do you have a tactic behind this Aloha Cup?
I don't know. It was a kind of surprise. I was first. Yeah, no, this is a team manager who decide, and yeah, this is like this. Johan.
And so, how intense is it to be watching Johan in the water right now? How do you choose between making sure you get your two waves and making sure you actually have good points on those two waves? Is it hard to let waves pass by?
I don't know, it's gonna be tricky. It just depends on the timing, and if we just have to be super quick because 8 minutes it's so short. So yeah.
And we see all the teams here. What's the funniest part of being part of this Aloha Cup?
The funny part, yeah, is to run with the leash. You have to grab your leash, and yeah, you have to take care of the sand because there is some parts like super soft, and yeah, that's it.
Did you train running with the leash on?
No, we'll see. Yeah, every morning I'm training.
Merci beaucoup. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Anne Fleur. And sounds like, and it looks like Team France is really having fun with this, and you got to have fun.
Oh, yeah, that's the goal of the ISA Aloha Cup. Of course, the medals are a big part of it, but the fun, the love for being in the water, for surfing, for competing is not only the big part of the Aloha Cup, but a big part of the ISA, and one of the biggest reasons why Fernando Aguirre and all his staff put on this event. As we see a nice looking left shaping up for our French surfer. He doesn't like what he saw there, so he doesn't get it. As we see a Portuguese flag down there, a French flag, and our surfer from Costa Rica, Jair Perez, is going to switch off with Leonardo Calvo. That was blue from New Zealand.
Here we go, Joan Daru taking a look at wave here. He needs one more to come in.
He's got a 2.6 on his first wave, so he wants to get something more than that on his second one. As we see our surfer in yellow from Costa Rica, that's Leonardo Calvo. If he wants to give Leilani McGonigal the most time possible, he's going to have to catch those two waves really quickly, Bo.
Yeah, right now, if he's just split his time right here, he needs to get out there and catch 2 waves in 7 minutes to give her at least the same time. Maybe he can go out there and catch 2 waves in 5 minutes and give her more time. But right now, France and Peru has moved into second place. Costa Rica was leading early, so France has taken the lead at this point, 30.17. Peru, a 23.83. Costa Rica, 21.57. Combination of their wave scores. And New Zealand, a 19.29 right now. Remember, top two of these four-man team format will advance into the Aloha Cup final. And there's Joan Daru from France.
He's, I bet he's trying to get a bit of a revenge going on in the water after that, after not getting that score he needed in the final. But great job from him all event long. Of course, Johnny Corzo from Mexico putting on a great show. If Mexico finishes this year's event in the top 8, they will be in the ISA Aloha Cup next year, which will be really exciting and a first time for Mexico.
I think they will. I think top 8. They already came in the top 8 heading in today, and they won the world title for the men's, Johnny Corso. So I think they only improved their position from that, and we'll see at the award ceremony where actually Team Mexico finishes this year's 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
13 minutes to go, Bo. Peru needs a really small score to go over France. Of course, France already on their 4th surfer. Peru still on their 3rd. In fact, they just swapped the surfers in the water. Team New Zealand also on their 4th. 7 wave got for them. 45-minute heat, semifinal 1, semifinal 2, and the final. And just a great way to wrap up a great week here in Biarritz.
Yeah, and after the final of the Aloha Cup, we'll have a short pause between then, maybe down about, 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll come back here on the Grand Plage here in Biarritz for the closing ceremonies of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We already had the medal presentation for the women because the women had to jet off to Fiji, especially 3 of the 4 winners on podium for the women on Monday. And they're down in Fiji waiting for their WCT event. But we'll give out medals for this, the Aloha Cup, for the men's final, and also for the team final. And that's going to be very exciting for Fernando Aguirre.
In fact, we don't only say the position of the top 3, but we say the final position of every team in this ISA event. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we'll go through, 47-1. And we'll announce those nations. And, of course, the anticipation of being in that top 4. Why? Well, you get some hardware to take home. You get a medal from the ISA World Surfing Games. And coming up in 3 years from now, we'll be saying these surfers will be getting a medal in the Olympic Games.
How exciting will that be? A almost 22-year paddle for Fernando Aguirre. We heard of him quite a few times during this webcast during the week, and the surf stoke that he always talks about and he always shows when he's talking about the ISA, all its scholarship programs, the Olympic fight, the competitions, all that. It's bare to none. It's unparalleled. So it's great to see Fernando Aguirre really making an effort to translate that also into the events and the surfing and the actual act of riding waves.
Yeah, we saw Joan Daru and the rider for Costa Rica kind of going elbow to elbow. I was wondering if there was a priority situation that the judges had set up. I believe not, because they were kind of arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder, and this is the second scoring wave for Joan Daru. And power surfing on his forehand that we saw in the final continues here in the Aloha Cup semifinal number 1. Joan will come in, and we were guessing around that 10-minute range. He would catch his 2 waves and come in and transfer off to Justine Dupont. Now, Justine will go out there probably with about 8.5 minutes remaining, searching for 2 rides.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if she doesn't want to get a 5-point penalty, she needs to go back to the box, if I'm not mistaken. So she has quite a job ahead of her. But I tell you what, if there's a fit young lady, is this one. She longboards, she shortboards, she paddles, she surfs big waves, small waves. She competes in all and every division, and she's quite an accomplished surfer from this area.
Yeah, we saw her competing at the event at Jaws at Peahi earlier this year, Justine Dupont. And there she is. A bronze medal winner last year at this event for the World Surfing Games down in Costa Rica. Her and Pauline Nadeau. I believe Justine actually had the copper, so I correct myself. Justine had the copper. Pauline had the bronze. And we see our surfers from Costa Rica needing to play catch-up.
I also saw Justine winning a longboard event this year here in Europe, back in Portugal. So Justine Dupont is quite an accomplished surfer. Has a jet ski parked just for her in Nazaré.
Yeah, she's part of that Red Bull surfing team that really charges in the extreme surf. And what a night we had the other night, the Olympic Channel debuting their brand new documentary of Nazaré called Shredding Monsters, and we were blessed to have the winner of Nazaré, part of that movie, Jamie Mitchell, a 3-time ISA gold medalist, world champion, on site for the world premiere of Shredding Monsters. If you want to watch Shredding Monsters, tune in to the Olympic Channel, and we welcome the Olympic Channel here in Biarritz, France, being a part of this year's ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie Mitchell came here with Hugo Vau and Alessandro Marciano. We see some nervous times from Team Costa Rica, just taking a look at a lot of waves. Our surfer in yellow is not giving a lot of time to Leilani McGonigal coming up next. Only Team France and only Team France actually has their 5th element in the water. So great management coming from the local team, Bo.
Well, they're the most experienced team and probably, odds on winning everything out here, and they almost won everything out here. And right now, they're leading in the Aloha Cup semifinal number 1.
Some hefty scores needed for Peru, Costa Rica, and New Zealand to go over France. And not a lot of time, 7 minutes. This is heat number 1 of the semifinals. We see Justine Dupont on our screens. That's the replacement surfer for Pauline and Joanne Defay, who, like we said before, had to fly out to Fiji to compete on the World Women's Tour of the WSL. Great to see the WSL and ISA working together as we see finally Team Costa Rica getting their 4th element out of the water. But that's just his first wave, Bo. He needs to get another one. We can see that Lenny there was getting all excited, getting some groove on with some dance moves.
Yeah, it looks like Ken Wallace now riding here for Team New Zealand. And he'll be coming in, tagging off, and Team New Zealand needs to play catch-up here. So this wave will be counted. All waves are counted on the right. So if they wipe out on a wave, then that's unfortunate. But there's a time restriction.
And here our wall is from New Zealand, got a really poor wave. He really closed out on him, but he wanted to give a chance to Raya Enzar. But look how fast he's running.
Yeah, with his board and leash. And we talked to Vincent Duvinac, and he said one of the strategies is not to trip over your leash. So Ken's showing us the technique that you can do.
Yep. It would be a great comedic moment, really great humor if you'd fall down. We saw a couple of those things happening in the Azores last year, people just running with their heats and going down. And with this low tide, the run they have to do is that much bigger, huh, Bo?
Yeah, just because of where they set up the tents and where actually the surf break moves from the tidal surge. So the tide is coming in. So that high tide does play a havoc. Here we go, Team Peru up and down. And I believe that's Cristobal de Cole.
That's Cristobal. That's his first wave. Team Peru does not have a women element, so a woman element, so they will be standing for that to make to the final. If they make that final with without one of their surfers, that will be surprising.
Well, we'll see if they have to incur a penalty because maybe their ladies have already flown back home. We see Leilani McGonigal running out for Team Costa Rica, so this could be a blessing in disguise for Team Costa Rica, getting third possibly if it were to end right now. They're just a fraction of a point behind Peru, but if they have to incur a penalty due to their ladies already back home in Peru, well, Team Costa Rica could advance on in for their misfortune.
And look at that. Leilani McGonigal only needs a 0.71 to go over Peru, and that's pretty much nothing. That's just a takeoff or a wipeout.
But then she needs waves, 2 waves in 4 minutes, and that's a tall order.
That sure is, especially because Peru still has 1 wave available to be surfed. So Leilani needs to keep close attention, needs to pay a lot of attention to what Peru's requirements are, what scores you're going to get, and of course what she needs to do to move on to the second round. I remember last year we saw some teams going over 100 points in the Azores, which was pretty much crazy.
Look at Patrick Flores. He's so demonstrative there with his hands, and just, he's feeling everything, and he's been a coach and, of course, dad of Jeremy and big part of the French Surfing Federation.
Yep. He's shouting at someone.
He's shouting at Justine.
Yep.
We got 3 minutes left, girl. Catch a wave.
3 minutes, Justine. Allons-y.
Yeah.
That's probably what he's saying to our French surfer.
Well, Patrick called for a wave. Here comes a wave. Who's going to get? Someone's going to get this wave.
This is Cristobal de Col, Costa Rica. Peru actually fell to second after that wave of Leilani, but this was a good turn for Peru, so Leilani will be needing a score. This is Justine. That's her second wave.
Oh, look at Patrick. Can't believe it.
And Cristobal is leaving the water, and take a look at that. We're waiting for the scores for Peru. Peru will go over Costa Rica once again, so Leilani will be needing a score, and there she's paddling.
Yeah, she's groveling in there on the smaller inside section, not going out to the outside because time is of the essence right now in semifinal number 1. And it looks like some of our teams will fall just under par. Here we go, Raya Ensor from Raglan from New Zealand.
Cristobal making sure that he gets to the box before the heat is over. We're still waiting on scores for him. They're dropping, and this is Leilani.
Yep. So she's caught her 2-way minimum in 4 minutes. So hats off to Leilani. She's probably one of the most experienced ISA surfers in ISA history. She's still competing in the juniors. We'll see her in Japan at the ISA end of September for the World Juniors.
5.97 for Peru's last wave. So Costa Rica goes down to third, and Leilani got something of a 2 on her last wave, and she's hoping for something more of that to go over Peru.
She's looking at her watch, and she's going to make it in on time with just about 1 minute and 10 seconds to spare. And Jimmy Hogan welcomes her back. And there's Justine Dupont. She comes in under time. So will Peru incur a penalty that takes them out of second place? We'll have to find out because right now, if it is a 5-point penalty, that'd be very interesting. Here we go. Our last surfer out in the water, that's Raya Ensor from New Zealand. We see David Prescott. We can hear him in the background doing the beach commentary.
This is Raya Ensor.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure that she gets all that leash off of her so she can run. She's having some trouble taking out that leash. And there she is. Now it's that triathlon part of the game.
She's got 22 seconds. She's going to make it.
Run, Raya, run. She's going to make it, you're right. There she is. How exhausted they must be when they get back to the box.
Yeah, she had 10 seconds to spare. But in surf time, that's nothing. Well, there you go. Semifinal number 1, the order of finish right there with the sound of the horn. France first, Peru second, Costa Rica third, New Zealand fourth. But there may be there may be a penalty. That's the word I was looking for. A penalty incurred for Peru because their women's surfer not here. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we return, we'll set up the results of number 1 semifinal and get you ready for semifinal number 2 with a cheer for Team France taking us out. You're watching the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games live in Biarritz, France.
I'm no stranger to the darkness, I'm no stranger to the fall, stranger to the dangers of the lands I have walked.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We're in transition, changing out our teams in our staging area for semifinal number 2. We're going to bring along Mike Latronic back to the webcast. And Mike, who are the teams coming up in semifinal number 2?
Well, Bo, we've got Portugal in the red jerseys. United States will be in white, Argentina in yellow, and the Land of the Rising Sun, Team Japan in blue.
So results from the last team, we were thought that Peru would incur a penalty for not having one of their women surf because they have already flown back to Peru, but we just got word that no penalty will be incurred by Team Peru.
I say nothing.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Anne Fleur. She has semifinal Team France.
Yeah, Team France are winning this first semifinals of the Aloha Cup. Did that help chasing that pressure and get a bit more fun into the team back into you guys' spirit?
Oh, we have kind of a pressure too because we didn't want to serve bad for the team, so it was kind of hard. It was not too much fun.
Well, how did it go and how exciting was it? And can you run us through this whole 40 minutes that we just watched?
It was fun. It was tiring because it's been a long week, but the sprint was pretty tiring. I'm talking to myself. I thought I was going to throw up at the end, but we did the job. We all did the job. Now we're in the final, and we're going to try to get the gold medal.
What's the tricky part being in the water, waiting for the waves, knowing that it's in timing and judged? How can you actually take the decision to leave a wave go by?
You're just trying to catch the first wave that comes. You just want to go as fast as you can to make sure everyone surf a couple of minutes and have a couple of good scores.
Do you have some sort of tactic on how to get this whole time the most efficient for the points?
Yeah, we're trying to just do the job. If we get two quick waves, we're stoked. Let's get it done and let's get this thing going and let's party.
And what's the trick to running with a leash?
We try to don't run too fast to keep some energy for tonight.
Well, huge congrats on that world title. You guys killed it this week. I guess you can only be very proud and time to celebrate.
Yeah, for sure. We should have had 2 titles, but just 1 title. That's important. We're all happy about it. We all have a gold medal, and it's historical for French surfing. So we're all happy. But he definitely should have had a gold medal too.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
This commentary brought to you by friends of Jeremy Flores.
Yeah, well, no shortage of national pride and passion. So
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's great. I think there was no doubt in my mind that when Joan Duru stood up on that set wave, that was the most exciting moment of the final because of the anticipation. I think the judges are obviously doing a spot-on job, you know, and that said, it was still so exciting.
So we're just about ready for a start here in semifinal number 2. Portugal, the United States, Argentina, and Japan. All 8 teams were selected on the best 8 teams from the previous years of the World Surfing Games, and last year's top 8 teams were these top 8 teams for in Costa Rica. So there's Greg Cruz getting ready for Team USA. Team USA will be in the white jerseys. Portugal will be in the red jerseys, Japan in the blue jerseys, and Argentina will be in the yellow jerseys.
Well, as we saw in semifinal number 1, there's a lot more to this than just surfing. Of course, the scores on the waves do matter. Can't rule that out. You want to get big scores, but all kinds of technical things to keep track of.
Yeah, we see Marcos from Brazil. He is our contest director, and he's going over some technicalities of the team with Team Portugal right now. So I'm sure the coaches want to make sure that all the elements are checked off and they're ready to start. There's Alex, one of our officials. He's got a big job, Alex. He's in charge of the infrastructure and things that happen behind the scene, that a lot of things that we don't take notice of, and his job, he's done a great job here too, along with Harrison.
Well, big Alex, big job. Yeah, and there's a huge roster of things to check off at an event like this. So many moving parts. Got to give huge credit to the ISA for making all this happen, of course, in conjunction with the French Surfing Federation and the city of Biarritz. So a massive undertaking. I'm looking at the semifinals number 2 roster, and it's really interesting to see, you know, how the team captain decides on who goes first and what order all the surfers go. Some people go with, you know, their team captain first. Others will go with their ladies first, and it's just a complete mix. You never know what you're going to get at. Scrambled eggs out in the water.
Yeah, Portugal's going to lead with Teresa Bonfalat. The United States will lead with Cole Hauschman. Argentina will lead with gold medal winner last year, Lele Osuna. And Japan will lead with Manami Donako. So that'll be the opening lineup. Marcos reading off last-minute instructions up to the judges' tower. And once he is set, we will be set and we will begin. Again, a 45-minute Aloha Cup semifinal. Each competitor will be scored on their 2 waves, whether they ride them or fall off of them. If it's a wipeout, it's a wave. It's not like their best 2 waves in 45 minutes. It's all waves that count in that 45 minutes. And we are just about ready for a start. They'll be given the horn, the countdown, and they'll be sprinting out from the beach. And this is kind of like a fun thing. They've taken this Aloha Cup from the surf life-saving competitions, the carnivals that there happen down, especially in Australia. The United States Life Saving Association runs these carnivals. You know, of course, there's a magnitude of different events. There's run, swim, runs, and there's tag relays, and there's paddleboard relays where they come back with it. They paddle like 500 meters out and back and things like that. So they've kind of morphed this event from one of those lifeguarding events that they have locally and nationally and internationally around the world. There's a World Life Saving Association that has their world championships that travel around the world, and they compete in Ironman events and rescue events and paddleboard events, and it's a combination of things. And I remember back in '83, Hawaii hosted the World Life-Saving Association and their championships, and hundreds of life-saving clubs from around the world came to Hawaii, and they had it at Sunset and at Makapu and at Waikiki Beach, and it was quite exciting. And of course, they go around the world with Australia and all others. As we're
Well, on
getting
the
updates from
subject
David
of life-saving, I was reading up a little more about our man Duka Hanamoku. There's our man Jimmy Hogan, actually expat living in Costa Rica now, and he is obviously coaching Team Costa Rica. Looks like we're about to talk to Jimmy Hogan.
Yes, exactly. So we were talking about Costa Rica. You guys had a proper strategy put together. What was it, and how did it play in games of getting you, like, not getting through the semifinals?
Well, we started out with Jason Torres, and he got 2 good waves, but he took a little bit more time than we wanted. So put a little pressure on Anthony Filligan, and he came up and got a really good score with big turns, and they only gave him a 3.5, and that was a higher score than it lower than it should have been, because Jeremy Flores had a half the size wave and got twice the score. So that really hurt us. And then he got another wave come back in. And later on, we got caught behind and took a couple waves to save time, because we had 5 competitors, where Peru only had 4 competitors, and they got to spend all their time with the good men, and they didn't catch 10 waves like they're supposed to. So we have a inquiry going on at the moment.
How serious is this Aloha Cup for the teams?
Oh, it's very serious. Yeah, we take it. It's gold medal on the line. So we just want to go over the rule book with them after they check everyone in and make sure everything was done properly. Because if that was the case, we would have pulled Leilani and only had 4 surfers ourselves. Give more times to the better guys. And all the time that we had to run back and forth, spending also hurt us with 5 surfers, and they only had 4. So again, we're going to inquire it and see what happens.
That running time, we could see it was a bit sketchy on the way into the water, because the sand is pretty soft, the tide going lower earlier. And we saw everyone running around La Baïne, to make sure they could actually run faster. Is that something that you guys looked at and planned ahead?
Yes, you could run faster on the sand, so you got to go around the little water and run as fast as you can. The tide's going out, the waves were getting less and less, so it came to a lot of strategy, and unfortunately some things just didn't go our way this whole event. We had all of our heats. We were in the beginning or the end. They were ready to go, and then they'd stop our heat, and at the end of the day, thunderstorms would come in and stop our heat. So we were just caught in between the tide of switching in one place or the other the whole competition. And if you haven't noticed, the tide swing was 15 feet, and the waves changed every 10 minutes out here, and that was really difficult for a lot of teams.
As you said, it was a marathon, especially for the psychology part of it. What can you do best to keep the spirits high?
Well, we did our best and kept our spirits high. Just the last day on competition, things just didn't go our way.
Well, I guess we're going to go through the second semifinal that's about to start. Thank you very much for your insight. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Ann. And Mike, I've got a side on Jimmy Hogan's side with his inquiry about, a 5-member team versus a 4-member team. We were talking about that in semifinal number 1, and I believe he's got a valid point.
Yeah, completely valid inquiry. I'm not sure what the rule book says, but certainly cause for question, and he's going to double check that. So nonetheless, great performances by Team Peru. You were talking about the life-saving associations and how they affected this particular event, how it's sort of mimicking some of those lives. And I had a kind of interesting parallel that goes with that, because Duke Kahanamoku himself, the man who once dreamed of having surfing in the Olympics, he was living in Newport Beach, California sometime around 1925, and he ended up rescuing 8 men from a fishing vessel that capsized in heavy surf. And they were trying to get in the harbor. It went down. 17 men perished. But using his surfboard, he was able to make quick trips back and forth to shore to increase the number of rescued sailors. What was that, Bo?
That was the horn. And everybody's kind of wondering and wandering. But go ahead with that story. I know this exact story because I work at the Duke Ocean Fest in Waikiki, and this is one of the many stories about Duke.
Yeah, so, you know, the lifesavers that were on hand, they didn't use surfboards at the time to do these sort of rescues. And certainly a couple of other surfers came out and they saved 4 more fishermen. But anyway, the Newport police chief at the time called Duke's efforts the most superhuman surfboard rescue act the world has ever seen. It also caused the U.S. lifeguards to begin using surfboards in their water rescues. And, of course, nowadays you see a surfboard near pretty much every lifeguard tower in Hawaii. Not sure if that happens in the rest of the world. So,
well, they're out here, too. As a former lifeguard, a 15-year veteran with the city and county of Honolulu, I have worked arm in arm with some of the best lifeguards in the world. In fact, Brian Kealana, Terry Ahui, Dennis Govea, Mel Poo, we're all pioneers in developing and modernizing the jet ski rescue as we know it today. And we're seeing jet ski rescue equipments out here. Of course, they are employed at surf meets and required to water safety at every major surfing event around the world. And it's, you know, the likes of Duke at that time performing rescues at Santa Monica, and it's at times where we saw those heroic efforts of the lifeguards during the Eddy last year. We saw all 6 of those jet skis coming in, bailing in because the outside sets were going to clean them up. And as those 6 jet skis were coming into the water, Rocky Kennan and I, former lifeguards with those same gentlemen riding those skis, we were saying, ladies and gentlemen, this has never, ever happened at Waimea before. And 2 of them peeled off and went to the outside, and one of them was driven by Brian Kealana. Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. My name is Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and welcome to semifinal number 2 of the exciting Aloha Cup.
Yeah, well, it doesn't get any more exciting or grueling because this is not only a surfing event, it is a marathon.
Yeah, this is a fun event, and I'm so glad you brought up that story about Duke Kahanamoku because he is so pioneering in everything that he did in his life. And if it wasn't for Duke, I don't think surfing would be where it is today. I don't think, you know, the surf culture would be where it is today because he spread the word of surfing around the world, and more importantly, he spread the word of aloha around the world. And it's so important that those stories be told. And I'm so glad you brought that story to us here.
Well, you know, it went parallel with what you're talking about, how the Surf Life-Saving Associations impacted some of the events around the world. So had to bring it up.
Yeah, there we go. Surfer in red for Team Portugal. That's Pedro Henrique, who has won a bronze medal in this year's men's open division. And right back out in the water, Portugal sending their best.
Yeah, well, Pedro Henrique just had a fantastic event here, and it's not over. Looking to get a gold this time around, but they need to get through this heat first.
Yeah, there's Team USA. They medaled last year in the Aloha Cup. And here we go, Team Argentina. This is our gold medal winner from last year, Lele Osuna. Leandro?
Here's white. This is Cole Hauschman from Team USA on a nice size left-hander, big crack off the top. So one-hit wonder, and a wonderful hit it was. So you can see the boys are smiling about that big move. There is Alyssa Spencer. She's, I believe, up next.
Yeah, we're going to get an interview with Team USA when they're ready down below. And here we go. Surfer in red, Pedro Henrique, already quick on his second wave. Love that forehand maneuver. 2-maneuver combination, and that's going to give Team Portugal lots of time. And he's paddling, looks like he's paddling back out. So maybe that was just his first ride.
No. He's
Yeah, let's go down beachside and find out what's happening with Team USA. Go ahead.
With Team America right now, Cole just got a wave. How excited are you guys?
So excited! Best event of my life. This is the best team in the world. Team America. You know, I don't know what else to say. We're just blessed. God bless America! Right here. Here he goes. What?
Okay, you guys had a little snake dance. Can you show us that?
Yes.
What's that for?
That was just that's between us.
Show me. Show me.
Oh, wait, go, come on, go! Hit it! Bang! Yeah! Finish it and come in! Hey! Woo!
Let's finish with a little snake dance. I want to see it. I want to see it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ann. And Team USA, always the most spirited team around.
Well, certainly becoming the most spirited team around. I like their little snake dance, and Cole Hausman, just beautiful second wave, just racked that lip a couple of times, ending strong. And wow, only a few moments gone, 6 minutes gone. So gaining time as well as some valuable points. He got a 3.5 on his opener. And what is happening with our man in red? He could incur a dangerous third wave, which would I realized he didn't get a.
Well, I think he was paddling back out, and they realized, you know what, I got to come in. I've done my 2 waves, so we didn't see that out in the water. So that's what happened with the Pedro. It's a good thing he didn't go back out. There's the transition, and for Alyssa Spencer heading out for Team USA. So heading out for Team Portugal will be Guilherme Fonseca. So we see Alyssa Spencer going out. 6.17 for Pedro. 3.07 has them in the lead. But I think that second wave for Team USA is going to rival Pedro.
Yeah, so USA creeps right into first place. Cole Hausman getting a 6.27 on that last ride. I think that was a well-surfed wave. Judges definitely holding their cards close and, waiting for the high-flying maneuvers potentially to get in the excellent range.
Just saw Minami Nanako out in the water. There's Lele Osuna, a 2-time gold medal world champion, and he's had a shocker of an event here, losing out in the second round.
Yeah, well, it was a three-peat was on his radar, but unfortunately that went undetected, and now he's trying to get a gold medal of a different sort. He's got a small score. He started off with just a 2.43, and time is ticking away. So it's real important in this event not to be too picky. Oftentimes, you have to sacrifice minutes rather than points. You want to wait for a wave that you can get an 8-point ride on, but if you end up waiting 3 or 4 minutes longer than you should, your other teammates suffer, and it just gets turned upside down.
Well, you see Team USA has now taken the lead over Team Portugal with that outstanding ride for Cole Hausman, a 6.27, a point, a 0.1 better than Pedro Henrique's 6.17, and then the backup also outdueling Pedro with a 3.5 over 3.07. So Team USA with a 0.054 lead over Portugal. So Argentina and Japan having to play catch-up. And here we go, our Japanese female competitor running up on the beach. That's Minami, and she'll tag off to Renta. Renta now in the staging area. Ooto. And Ooto-san, there he goes.
Well, she got 2 small scores, but did a good job managing her time. So that's super crucial. Now all the men are up, and hopefully they can make up for some of those precious points. But here is our man, Guilherme Fonseca. He's got the red jersey. He's trying to work this wave all the way to the inside. Another click off the lip, and he is out to get his second ride.
Yeah, Guilherme Fonseca from Super Tubos in Peniche, a medalist, a semifinalist last year. And Team Portugal, looks like they could be medaling in the team with their performance of their surfers, especially Pedro Enrique making the men's final.
Yeah, well, that was very, very great surfing from Pedro Enrique. Almost, I mean, flashback, what was it, 10 years ago. He doesn't look any different.
Well, here we go on the paddle battle on the outside. Lele Osuna is going to take this left-hander. Let's watch him a closeout, and he finds the open face. He needs to whack it. Coming off the white water, not done yet. Big open section, wraps a big backhand turn, and that's the Lele we know.
Yeah, great job of reading that wave. I mean, at first glance, you thought, wow, he's taking a long time. Maybe he's going to get caught behind it. We saw him to go do that sort of floater maneuver instead of a big off the lip. I'm like, well, what's he doing? He's not going to get a lot of points for a floater. But what he did is he used the speed off that floater to get around the section, got around it, and really planked. Went vertical on that last section.
We see Osuna now running up on the beach, of course, competing for Team Argentina. There was a huge celebration down in Costa Rica when he won his second gold medal, and Team Argentina always in the top of these ISA games, and he is sprinting down. And I believe Alyssa Spencer has caught her second ride, so she's coming in. So where Argentina caught 2 waves, Team USA has caught 4 waves.
Yeah, well, pretty small scores there for our surfer in white. Just a throwaway .83. Well, not a throwaway, actually. And a 2.33 on her second wave. So quick work. Obviously, Team America's got a plan to save a lot of time for the last 3 surfers.
Facundo Arleas is now running out for Team Argentina. And there's Alyssa Spencer from Carlsbad. She'll be coming in, tagging off to Crosby Colapinto. And we woke up this morning that Crosby Colapinto's older brother, Griffin, had a 5th place showing in Japan at the WSL event, the QS event, the 6,000. And it was Jesse Mendez winning yet another event this year. And Mendez is on a roll.
Yeah, well, Mendez, his slot on the WCT Tour is for him to lose because he's already got a ton of momentum. All he has to do is stay consistent now, and you never know. He might even win another. So
yeah, we haven't even got to the big 10,000 events on the QS Tour. We see Crosby Colapinto, the 15-year-old from San Clemente, California. As Crosby heads out, he'll look for his 2 waves. Portugal, USA sitting 1-2. Argentina in 3rd, Japan in 4th at this stage. And there's Portugal and Japan being joined by Argentina out in the water. And unfortunately, you know, Jimmy Hogan wanted to keep a 3-peat going because in the Aloha Cup, the last 2 years, Costa Rica has won the Aloha Cup gold.
Yeah, well, definitely he's double-checking the screws and bolts on that one. So Team Portugal has inched into the lead. And, well, here's Team Argentina. Big off-the-lip mistake there from our surfer. Argentina, that was Facundo Arreaz. And our Team Japan surfer up on a beautiful left-hander. Unfortunately, no turns yet. He does ride out of that big turn, so he will get some points. Rinta Otto. And take this away, Joe Red getting another important ride for Team Portugal. Now, Portugal, interesting scenario because the United States had the lead at first, but Portugal has just put together 2 good waves for Guilherme Fonseca. So they are going to really separate themselves from the United States on 2 athletes.
Yes, you're right.
So with a 2-athlete score, Portugal is dominating right now.
We see Guilherme sprinting up the beach. He'll be tagging off to Teresa Bonvalat and an 8.33 for Guilherme.
Well, that's a huge score for Team Portugal, and like I said, a definite separation in the scoreline now. You can see Portugal's already got 21.9 points. United States just 12.93. So that's based on 4 waves ridden for each team.
See Team Portugal ecstatic with Guilherme and Teresa Bonvalat losing out in the semifinals for 2 years in a row here at the World Surfing Games. And she's right knocking on the door of making one of these finals of the World Surfing Games. And also, you know, she's a past medal winner at the World Juniors.
Yeah, well, she's got a great surf style. You know, she's tenacious. You can tell she does not like to lose, and that's a sign of success right there alone, because you should never be complacent if you want to get to the winner's circle, and looks like she's determined.
Yeah, let's go down to the beach with Anne Fleur and check in what's going on at the
Team
Aloha
Portugal,
Cup.
you guys are in the lead right now. Is it stressful, or is it like super exciting to be participating in the Aloha Cup?
Super exciting to be here with my team. They are such a good surfers, and I'm having fun. I did a big sprint. I'm a bit tired right now, but yeah, I'm having fun. So much fun.
What is the secret to the sprint?
A lot of training hard every day in the gym, and yeah, like I'm so happy that I want to do the best for my team, and that's it. That's the secret.
How did you choose which surfboards you were going to use?
What was that?
How did you choose which surfboards you were going to use?
The surfboards? Just normal surfboard, the best you can have to get the best score you can. I think the strategy is more about who's going first and second and third, and yeah, I think we're gonna go like have a good strategy for sure.
What was your strategy?
So Pedro Henrique went first because he's surfing really good and he's in the hype. Then Guy is a good guy to keep up. Teresa is going third, Zay is going fourth, and I'm going last. And yeah, just in case we have to get like 2 little waves right on the shore and run into the beach. I don't know. Yeah.
Is it good to shake off the pressure of the whole week to finish on the Aloha Cup?
Yeah, for sure. It's more relaxed, and we're all having a laugh together. And it's as you said, it's good to take the pressure off.
Thank you very much, Team Portugal, and hopefully it runs well for you guys. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Anne. Team Portugal's not only doing well and in the lead, Mike, but they're having fun.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because he says take the pressure off. There's still a ton of pressure while you're performing, but it is definitely a different kind of pressure. There's a lot of team compatriotism and give and take, and you're all in the booth together. You're stressing together.
Surfer. Okay, 27 minutes, 45 seconds. You see Team Portugal using their flags, you know, a little bit of coaching done by the coaches, huh?
Yeah, so now, interesting to note, the coach is allowed to step out of the box, but the surfers are not. Definitely get a penalty if a surfer steps out of the box for any reason before he is tagged out of the box. You have to get tagged in order to leave your home base. Tide already looks like it's starting to move in, and I had to question with some of the delays we had with the fog earlier, will this tide reach the tents before the Aloha Cup is over?
Well, this is second semifinal. We have just under a half hour, so let's see. That'll take us to about, 2:47. We'll have a little bit of a break. Let's say 3 o'clock we start our 45-minute final. So looking at about 3:45 for that Aloha Cup final. Mike, you may have a concern here on that title, but I think we went to about 5 o'clock yesterday, so I think we can get it in on time.
Well, wow, what a paddle battle just happened right there. Argentina getting the better of the paddle battle. Our man from America, that was Crosby Colapinto.
That's
right
Crosby right
under
now.
it, but now
Yeah.
he's got himself a good wave. So a good ride for Team Argentina, and Crosby Colapinto following up with a decent ride of his own.
Well, he'll need one more. We're going to have a transition coming in for Team Argentina. They'll be passing off to their Open women's competitor, Josefina Ahn. There's Teresa Bonvalat from Team Portugal, duck diving that wave. Good performance by her as she heads on out.
Well, and her performance is going to reign big right now because both of the girls that have surfed thus far for Team Japan and Team America have really low scores. In fact, neither girl earned more than 4 points for either of their teams. If Teresa Bonvalat can just get a couple of fours herself, she'll double the amount of points for that particular slot on the girls' side.
Well, she's going to be rivaling Gerbe. Wave, he came in with an 8.33, and here she goes. Nice carving forehand maneuver for the goofy foot, working down the line. Slashes right through the white water, and her 2-wave minimum is done.
Yeah, well, she's definitely outperformed the girls from America and Japan thus far. But, Portugal already has a solid lead, so that's going to help their cause. And who's this coming in? That's Griffin?
That's Crosby, yeah. That's
Crosby.
Colapinto. And a 7.1 for Team Argentina. So Argentina coming in on the transition. That was their 4th wave, and that was ridden by Facundo Arreyes.
Yeah, there was a paddle battle going on for that wave, too. Arreyes got the better of it, got the better wave. You can see that reflected in the scores. Colapinto surfed it well, got a 5.53, but Arreyes just had that beautiful open face, was able to get a couple of good turns for a 7.1. And next score coming in for USA looks good.
Yeah, I was thinking Crosby's going to beat Teresa, and he almost does coming up on the line. So, yeah, and he does. So tagging off for Team USA, Crosby tagging off to Tommy Coleman, and for Team Portugal, Teresa giving off to Jose Ferreira.
Well, look at that. United States has closed the gap a little bit on that exchange. Before they were over 10 points separation. Now they're within about 6 points. So good job by Colapinto there to inch it up for America. Meanwhile, Argentina and Japan sort of way out of the mix. Japan's definitely needing some doppelgangers. Is that what you call?
Well, here we go. Speaking of Team Japan, they just seem to be out of rhythm on the wave selection and the wave riding here in the Aloha Cup. And don't forget, Japan's going to be hosting the ISA World Juniors coming up at the end of September. Always one of the most exciting events on the ISA calendar. And before the ISA World Juniors, the ISA will be hosting the World SUP and Pro Paddleboarding Championships, and that will be in Denmark this year. And Casper Steinfath, a 3-time ISA gold medal world champion, is finally bringing the world titles over to his host country. You can see Joey Baran at Team USA help coach the boys and the girls inside their tent. So the ISA calendar is still to be done in Europe with the ISA SUP, and then in Japan with the ISA Juniors, and then rounding out the year back in La Jolla for the 3rd year in a row, it'll be the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships. And Mike, I'm associated with Access Surf Hawaii, and we take all of our disabled people in Hawaii surfing, and we have our own Hawaii Adaptive Surf Team, and even Reynolds Hayes comes in and time out and help coach the Hawaii Adapt Surf Team, and they are just over the moon that there is a world championship event. In fact, the Hawaii Surf Team is getting ready to go to Surfing America to compete at the U.S. Nationals coming up in about 2 weeks.
Well, I can't even imagine the smiles that you bring to the faces of that group of people, and even a bunch of joy just watching that go down and giving to that community.
We just recently had the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association state titles, and Colin Cook, shark attack victim no more than 2 years ago, won the stand division with his prosthetic leg that he made himself. Carbon fiber, and it's great to see Colin, who incurred a horrific injury and lost a lower part of one of his legs, not only back out surfing, but out competing and winning a state title in Hawaii.
Well, bad luck for our man in white. That was Tommy Coleman, unfortunately digging a little rail and kicking out early. Looked like he could have rode down it and got himself a little click, but gave up early. That's going to cost valuable points for Team USA. And here goes Team Japan on a, deciding not to go, being very, very selective right there.
Daiki Tanaka taking a look at that wave. Here we go. This is Jose Ferreira in red, but giving away to surfer in yellow from Argentina. I believe that's Josefina An, or is that our male competitor? Yeah, that is Josefina. There's Josephina Ane. 20 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Semifinal number 2. Top 2 teams will qualify for the finals to meet Team Peru and Team France in the final of the Aloha Cup.
Well, we can see 3 surfers on the screen. Looks like our man Tommy Coleman is sitting a little further down, somewhere out of view. That or he's caught another wave. Yeah, I think he's caught 2 waves. Wow. So skipping a little beat there for Team USA. Coleman had a shocker. And this gives Argentina and Japan a ripe opportunity to make up some ground.
Well, anchoring coming up, Jordy Collins will have plenty of time to find 2 quality waves. We've been seeing at the best 10-minute intervals coming in here, sometimes lower than that. And Leilani McGonigal for Team Costa Rica in her first semifinal only had 4 minutes of time to catch her 2 waves. But we're seeing, if this is true, that Team USA, Jordy Collins, their best surfer so far in this event, will have an amplitude, a lot of time on the outside to catch his 2 waves.
Well, let's factor into consideration he only gets 2 chances. And we've seen him go for air time and time again. His make rate is 50% or less. Will he go to the air and use up his opportunity?
Here we go. Let's watch this swell on the round in red. Team Portugal. Jose up and riding.
Well, Team Portugal seems to have a lock on this particular heat. Now, keep in mind this is just a semifinal, so 2 teams will be advancing. And Portugal way out in the lead, looking like United States is got a pretty solid lead as well. But with that last performance of Tommy Coleman, unfortunately, potentially opening the door for 3rd and 4th to catch up.
18 minutes remaining, semifinal 2. You're watching the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games live from Biarritz, France. Congratulations to Johnny Corso from Mexico winning the men's open division. And how was that performance we saw earlier this morning?
Oh, that was awesome. Such an exciting final. And here we go. Team Japan, 2 nice off the lips. And that's a 2nd ride for our surfer, Daiki Tanaka, making his way in. He got a 2.8 on his first wave. This wave will definitely eclipse that score and go a few points higher. But they've got a lot of ground to make up. So United States pretty comfortable holding on to that 2nd slot. Japan's pretty far out there. It's Argentina that may have a better chance here, definitely has a better chance of catching up.
Well, Japan will be tagging off Daiki Tanaka over to Yuri Ogasawara for leg number 4, and Japan has now moved up from 4th into 3rd place, Mike.
Yeah, but Argentina still has 1 more ride in their roster to equal the number of surfers that have been in the water so far. 3 surfers have been in the water for Team Japan. Argentina's still got their 3rd surfer out there with 1 more wave to catch. So that score will be tagged on there, and that's definitely going to put them a notch up as soon as her hands leave the rail.
16 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, and we see Jose Ferreira for Team Portugal. He's not anchor leg, but he's leg man number 4 in this transition. Coming up anchoring for Team Portugal will be Miguel Blanco. See Team Argentina, they're ready to go. They got a couple of surfers still to get out in the water, Francisco Osuna and Felipe Suarez.
I saw Diogo in the background there on the beach, getting the beach angle up close and personal to the athletes. There's Team Argentina, last year's champion in the chair right there, saying, "Hey, I can't see, cameraman."
What a great guy he is, huh, Lele?
Oh, yeah. Lots of smiles, so much energy. He's got that deep, raspy voice.
Yeah, he's got that Haas voice.
But always full of aloha.
And the cheers Argentina had last year in Costa Rica when he won the gold medal, they were singing for hours. Probably for days.
Les chansons. So there's Josephine on. Took a long time on using up her last wave there on a nominal score. So she's going to get ahead of Team Japan, but it's not going to be by much.
And she does. There they go. They go back into third place. Argentina with a 1.87. Now they're playing catch-up. Time's running down. We've seen Jordy Collins out there for the last 4 minutes, and he's yet to catch a wave. And here comes a set, Mike. It's got potential.
Yeah, well, Jordy Collins knows he's got a lot of time to catch 2 good waves. He's in no hurry. He wants to make them really count. And here's a beautiful left-hander for our surfer from Japan. Unfortunately, not getting the bonus section at the end. Jordy Collins up and riding off the bottom, off the top. Nice double snaps right there. So 2 good maneuvers, and that's going to really help Team USA keep their second place slot.
Okay, Collins has one more wave. Remember, he's the anchor man, so he can wait a good long time. Another 14 minutes remaining. He got out in the water around the 19, 18-minute mark. There we go. There's leg number 4. That's Francisco Osuna, younger brother of Leandro Osuna.
Yeah, the big issue for Team America to hold on to that second place is Francisco Osuna and Felipe Suarez are going to put 4 more scores on the board, whereas United States only has 1 more score. Well, we're still waiting on a score, so 2 more scores to put on the board. So it really, really is going to boil down to what Argentina and Japan can do for their last few rides.
Well, Tommy Coleman had a disappointing first wave of a 0.83, but he regrouped himself and with a 7.5. Oh, that is Jordy Collins. Okay, so Jordy's got the 7.5. Here we go. This is Team Portugal coming in. That's Jose Ferreiro. So Miguel Blanco will be coming up in the anchor leg for the Portuguese red team. United States in the white. There's Team Japan in blue. There's Ricky Horikoshi anchoring Team Japan. See, they brought in, I believe that's South African Wade coaching for Team Japan this year.
Yeah, that's Big Wade. And Ricky, the last surfer on the team to surf, waiting his turn. Meanwhile, Portugal putting another small score on the board, but I'm anxious to see how Argentina reacts to the pressure here, because even though they're in 4th place right now, they are in striking distance because they have the least number of waves, which gives their scoreboard the most number of new waves to add in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a replay last of Jordy Collins. We saw in that ride where he was awarded a 7.5 by the judges. 2-turn combination there on his forehand.
Well, real aggressive surfing, and he punctuated that last maneuver as well. So great job by Team USA's Jordy Collins this whole event long. Just shy of making the final in the men's division, but what a performance.
You see, just coming into the screen, our surfer from Argentina. That's Francisco Osuna. Collins taking a look at that wave out. The back opts not to go. He's sitting out there with the Japanese competitor. That's Yuri Ogasawara. So Yuri and Jordy eyeballing this wave. And Jordy has to give way to Yuri.
Well, Yuri's on it, getting down the line, floats over that first section, unable to get the transfer into that next section. So small score for Japan, and things are not looking good for Team Japan right now.
Yeah, Yuri will come in, tag off to Ricky Horikoshi. You see the beach marshal checking in area. That'll turn into the closing ceremony main stage. There's the interview area that we've been seeing the athletes at, and there's the tents for our teams here at the Aloha Cup.
Yeah, beautiful view of just how expansive this beach is. So much room to move. Of course, a different story at high tide.
10 minutes remaining in this 45-minute Aloha Cup. Top two teams will advance into the final to meet France and Peru in the Aloha Cup final. Right now, it's Portugal dominating in this heat, and there's the transition from Yuri to Riki. And we'll see if Japan can play catch-up here. A couple of high-ranking scores for Team Japan.
Well, let's put it in perspective. Japan has a couple more rides. They're about 10 points behind America. If Jordy doesn't get another wave or completely blows it, only gets a 1, they're only about 10 points behind, which means they need 2 5s. So it is still up in the air.
And a beautiful day has begun down here. Of course, this morning, our final day competition of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games began with foggy conditions. In fact, the fog bank moved in so much during our second semifinal heat of the men's open division, we had a bit of a delay, Mike.
Yeah, that was an interesting bit of weather we've had all week. Things changing every day. Yesterday, I would walk out of our building there down the block, our hotel, and greeted with almost balmy conditions. It was so warm. And this morning when the hotel doors opened, I was like, wow, it got cold. But, of course, now it's blazing hot.
See all the beautiful umbrellas here on the Grand Plage. Stroking in red is going to be our Portuguese surfer, Miguel Blanco.
Well, Blanco is the last surfer on the Portuguese roster. Not a bad wave. Got a couple turns in there, so he's going to add a few more points to that 39.7.
Yeah, just under the 8-minute mark, and they're in the semifinal. Here goes Blanco replay that we just saw. As we're watching the screen, I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. Welcome to semifinal number 2 of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games of the Aloha Cup. This is kind of a fun addition that Fernando Aguirre has brought into the World Surfing Games, the World Juniors. Again, I was giving you a little bit of history about why are we having tag team surfing? Well, it's just to break up all the stressful surfing that we had during the week. All these guys were going for gold medals, going for world titles, and this is just a way for them to unwind and relax. It'd be great to have an Aloha Cup for all 47 nations, but the top 8 teams from last year in Costa Rica qualify for the next year, and these are the 8 teams that were best in Costa Rica. And the top 8 teams this year will compete in the Aloha Cup coming wherever we may be next year.
Mystery. But, yeah, it's a great little event within an event. So not only does it provide a little bit of stress release for the surfers, but it gives them a chance to take yet another medal home.
And there's the boardwalk, the walkway here on the Grand Plage. Beautiful temperature. You can see a little bit of an onshore wind starting to move in. But just a picture postcard day. 6 minutes, 24 seconds remaining. Last wave for Blanco at 3.5. 3.97, I should say. Last wave for Yuri Ogasawara from Japan was in at a 3.0. So Riki Horiguchi for Team Japan's out there looking for his 2 waves. And right now for Argentina, they need 3 waves in a matter of 6 minutes, Mike.
Well, we got a little bit of action going here for this wave on the inside. All 3 surfers paddling. Looks like Argentina's going to get the nod. Up on his backside, snapping it. This is Francisco Osuna throwing some spray there on that second section and tagging the little tap there off the end section. So not a bad ride for Argentina. They've got one more surfer waiting, so 3 more scores to drop for Team Argentina. Can they catch Portugal or the United States?
Well, they got a tall order, but time is running out for Argentina. Japan, as you said, has a crack at it, but we have not yet seen a wave from Ricky Horiguchi, and that's going to play a factor. Argentina does move into third at this stage, but there's still time restraints for them. As we see, this is a replay of the last wave for Jose Ferreira. No, excuse me, Argentina for Francisco Osuna.
Yeah, not a bad wave there, and it bodes in at a 4.9. So they're closing the gap. Now they're only about 9 points away from Team USA, and they have 2 more waves. So really, this next wave for Jordy Collins is very important.
4 minutes, 23 seconds remaining. Semifinal number 2 of the Aloha Cup of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. And can't get enough of this beauty, Mike. Look at the low tide conditions. See the reef being exposed. And of course, coming up later on this evening, that high tide will merge in, start to flood out, and actually get this beach underwater all the way up to the walkway.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people moving their towels there, right, in about 45 minutes to an hour. You can see how the beach kind of dips down. So for a while, the water will just sort of ebb up to the wet zone there. But as soon as the tide gets high enough, it'll start breaching that higher sand.
Just about 2:40 in the afternoon here in Biarritz, France. And let's talk about France as a host country at this World Surfing Games.
Oh, it's just been delightful. I mean, well known for their elegance and style. This town has just got the most gorgeous architecture, great food. People are friendly, and, well, here is our man in red trying to get unfriendly with that lip. Does so, bashes it. He's coming in. This is our last ride for Team Portugal and could well be closing the door for that first position.
Well, there you go, Ricky Horiguchi with a rotation there, but he needs to get back out, catch one more ride in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Mike.
Yeah, well, like I said, this next wave for Team USA is really going to be a deal breaker. If Jordy Collins can get another high score, he could well and good stave off Argentina and Japan. And here he goes, a little right-hander. He's waited a long time for this wave, and it's just kind of a mush burger. So a long time to wait. And, wow, let's check out this replay for our man in Portugal. They have just dominated the semifinal.
Yeah, Miguel Blanco putting on a great show, waiting for that last wave score to come in, and a shocking heat for Jordy Collins. I mean, he was out there with 19 minutes remaining and catching that wave with about 2 counting down, 2 minutes. We're at the 2-minute mark right now.
So he's put in a small score, and now it's really going to be up to the performers from Argentina. Unfortunately, their last wave was only a 2.20, so they've got one more. Team Japan and Team Argentina have one more ride to tally in, and we'll see as soon as we get the score requirements what that looks like.
Yeah, good wave for Ricky Horiguchi for Team Japan, a 6.37. So Japan needs another ride similar to that in that 6.55 range to overtake Team United States, and I believe he has already caught that wave, Mike.
Yeah, well, putting in a small score for the last wave for Team Japan, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to make a difference. I think he needed a 6.55, and it's coming in below 3 points. We'll wait for the last score to be tallied up here before we give you that, but it's potentially sayonara, and here goes an important ride for Argentina. Takes to the air, big air, makes the rotation. So nice way to finish the heat. That's Felipe Suarez on his second wave. So his first wave, unfortunately, a 2.20. This wave is going to be much higher. He needs upwards of an 8-point ride to get into second position. We'll see what the judges say.
Well, 10 seconds remaining, and here comes Suarez. He's going to make it in time. Oh, and that's going to be a good score. And what does Argentina need to overtake Team USA? There's the horn, Mike.
Well, I believe they needed a 7.60, and that was a beautiful air reverse, kind of a smaller wave. So we'll see where that goes. I'm going to say it's going to be close, but just under.
Okay, well, we'll see if your psychic abilities prove correct here. Scores are coming in for Argentina, currently in fourth place, needing a requirement score of a 7.6. A 7.6. We're going to stay here until that score comes up because we don't want to leave it without. Okay, we're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have the results of semifinal number 2, introduce our final 4 teams for the Aloha Cup. You are watching the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games live from Biarritz, France.
I'm no stranger to the darkness. I'm no stranger to the fall. Stranger to the dangers of the lands I have walked.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Grand Plage of Biarritz. Final starting soon. It's going to be the final of the Aloha Cup. We just saw two very exciting semi-finals. The beach is packed. Everyone is interested and excited about what's coming up next. France, United States, Portugal, and Peru are the four teams coming up here for the very last heat of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are just a minute of that final, so stay tuned for that, because as soon as teams are ready, we're going to start that 45-minute final. Everyone is by their boxes, so we just really are wrapping up those final preparations to kick off the great heat of the ISA Aloha Cup. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and we are really, really looking forward to have that final started and give one more medal in this event. In fact, one more gold medal, because everyone in the final gets a medal: silver, bronze, and copper. Of course, we are really excited about being here. It has been a great week, a lot of great surfing, some really big surprises, and very interesting stuff coming from all teams, but especially some big surprises in Team Mexico and Team Spain. Of course, a great job by Team France getting the gold as a team, and as in the women's division, Team Portugal getting silver, and of course Team France also getting silver in men's division. The finals are starting pretty soon, so it's a great moment to thank our sponsors for making this event possible, starting with the French Surfing Federation that presents the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games, but of course also Visa, Roxy, the French National Center for Development of Sport, the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region, Basque Country, France Bleu, France TV Sport, Quicksilver, Air France, French National Olympic Committee, Atlantic Pyrénées Department, Biarritz, L'Equipe, and our media partners, Gravidad Zero, Vibras, Waves, Surfline, which is also our official forecaster, Surfers Magazine, and Passion Extreme. So we are just minutes from a start of that heat. We'll stand by for that while we see a beautiful shot of our Grand Plage pretty much packed. As we can tell that tide is coming in faster. Look at that. We are about to start. Every team is set from left to right. We have Peru, France, United States, and Portugal. And it's going to be quite a run to start things off. We saw great heats from France and Portugal winning their winning their semifinals. So it's really, really important. In this heat, it looks like there's a bit of a change going on in every team, with them changing the surfers that go first. And we hear the horn, and they're off. They're off. There we go. Everyone picking their place. We see Peru winning that sprint race. But this is a surfing competition, not a sprinting one. So that does not get you any extra points. Again, welcome back to the beautiful city of Biarritz for the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from the Grand Plage in the Basque Country of France, in the southwest of France, in the water. The final has already started. My name, Diogo Alpendre from Portugal, alongside Michael Tronic from Hawaii. Really excited to see how this team's stamina has been affected by their semifinals performance. Of course, France and Peru had a little bit more extra time to reset. Especially Portugal, United States, they just finished off their heat, and we just got to know that changes in Team USA.
Yep, got an information from Greg Cruz, team manager for Team USA himself. Samantha Sibley is substituting for Alyssa Spencer in the Aloha final. Just thought we should bring that information to you.
Hopefully the rules and regulations
No,
allow
you can.
it.
You can. You don't have to have the same surfers in the semifinals as you do in the finals, because I made the same changes when we surfed in the Aloha Cup in Nicaragua.
There we go. As we see the surfers coming up next. Exciting for Peru to be here, as they haven't filled it. They haven't filled full team, as their ladies have already left the place, left town. So they only have 4 guys. So only 8 waves counting for Team Peru. As I see right in front of us, the myth, the man, the legend, Tom Curran. He's the patron of this event, and really excited about it.
Yeah, the media area is inundated by media crews and different newspapers and reporting agencies, and yeah, right in front of our booth, they're doing an interview with what most people consider a legend of the sport, living legend. Speaking of living legends of the sport, want to take a moment to note the passing of John Severson. He was the founder and publisher of Surfer Magazine. I think that was in 1960. And
heartbreaking news coming from.
Yeah, so we'll say aloha to that man, and what a legacy he has left. He's one of my personal heroes. And
have you had the chance to meet him?
Never had the chance to meet him, no. But definitely inspired a generation of publishers and reporters, and anybody that's been in surf media or even reflecting the energy and vibe of surfing has to tip a hat to that man.
4 minutes in this heat now gone. We saw Guilherme Fonseca from Team Portugal taking a look at that left-hander, opting not to go. Kind of walled up nicely, so interesting decision coming from Team Portugal and Team USA. I believe in the water for Team USA is Cole Hausman. Team Portugal with Guilherme Fonseca. Team France with Vincent Duvignac. Not sure who's in the water for Team Peru.
Yeah, we did not get the information handed to us on which team riders are which, but we'll do our best to identify.
Yeah, it kind of changed from the semifinals, and of course being on French TV, and hi there to all our French audience. We wanted to really have the final go after the second semifinal, so no time for the clear up on that. But we see some lines, and the waves still look pretty fun, huh, Mike?
Oh yeah, completely contestable out there. A little decrease from yesterday, perhaps, but holding steady. So plenty of swell here for our last day at the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
We see some clapping going on. I believe that was Team France, and it looks like our surfer from USA, Cole Hausman, is going to be in position for a nice looking wave. Walling up nicely, Mike. Let's see what Cole does.
Yeah, well, great looking left to start the heat. A little bit choppy, but Cole doing a great job of just slashing right through all that turbulence and getting 3 really nice maneuvers to start the campaign for the United States.
Absolutely. That's the first wave of the final. We're already 5 minutes in. So big heat coming for everyone in the water. This is the one that you never ever want to lose. Like a Portuguese coach says, football coach says, finals exist for you to win. So win it. 39 minutes to go. This is the finals. We see Guilherme Fonseca showing interest in this left-hander. He sniffs it, but decides not to go, Mike. And I'm not sure how much time every surfer has. Portugal did an excellent time management in their semifinal. They got the best score out of the 2 semifinals. Best total, actually. But for now, the scores that are coming are for France and the US. Both starting with some nice waves. And this is Duvignac on his second wave.
Yeah, Duvignac already had a good first wave, and he's working on a decent score for wave number 2. Let's see if he can get a little bonus here on the inside. Catches up with the whitewash, but he opts to take off his leash. He's still looking for another maneuver, perhaps. Will this wave double up? No, he's down, and he's making great time.
Yeah, 5.83 for his first wave. His second wave won't be too far off that. So France in 7 minutes getting 2 average scores that are really interesting to start things off. Guilherme Fonseca a bit out to sea. Team Peru are nowhere to find. As we see an exchange taking place between Duvignac and Dimitri Ouvre.
Well, now that the tide's higher, making it a lot quicker to get to the beach. You know, the whitewash is coming all the way in. There we have a mistake. Someone went down. That was a blue jersey, so that was Team Peru.
Yes.
And great scores coming in for the first wave of our surfer from the United States. We're still waiting on one judge to put that score down, and here we go. Ride number 2 for Cole Hauschman.
Again, a good left-hander for him.
Yeah, great wave choice, really staying solid and consistent, finishing with a controlled slide, but he's not done yet. One more little foam bank, so great first performance for Team USA. I'd have to say he'll get another score to back up. Well, we're still waiting on judges' score on that last exchange.
Meanwhile, not a good first surfer for Peru, a 3.5 and a 1.17. And scores are coming for France. Scores for that second wave. A big split between the judges there. But we are still waiting for that score. No doubt about United States start. Was a good one, 7.5 on their first wave. That's Cole Hauschman. Guilherme Fonseca already wasting 9 minutes of Team Portugal's time. And then no wave Scott. Let's see if he's in position for this one. If it will come for our surfer in red. Neither likes it. That riptide going on. Looks like it's going to be Guilherme now. A bit bumpy, huh, Mike?
Yeah, well, we saw Cole Hauschman didn't seem to mind those bumps, and neither does Guilherme Fonseca. Just winding up a bunch of left-hand snaps right here. Finishes with a nice 12 o'clock at the end, and here is
Ouvre.
Dimitri Ouvre from France.
That's correct. Vincent Duvignac before Dimitri got a 7-7, Mike. That was that left-hander. And United States is going to get something around the 5-point range on their second one. As we see the surfer from the U.S. already making her way out. That's Samantha Sibley, replacing Alyssa Spencer. A bit of a stamina management going there from Team US's coach, Greg Cruz. Still waiting for scores for Portugal's first wave and US's second one. France also has a wave to be scored. 3.5 for Peru, 1.17. Their second surfer is already out. US gets a 4.67 on their second wave. Peru, of course, with that start, things aren't looking pretty as they only have 2 more surfers to go. They haven't filled a girl. As we see, red might be in position for this left-hander. Shows no interest, but look at that. Kind of had a bit of a wall there.
Yeah, if you ask me, this is, I think, the best time of the day. The tide looks really nice, filling it in just enough. Here is Junino Urcia on a beautiful left-hander. Quick, hard off the top, second move, real solid. So Peru stumbled a little bit on their first 2 waves. This is going to be better. And here is Fonseca. He's got his second ride. Team Portugal putting another score on the board. This wave's going to just completely mush out. He'll see if he can get a little reformed bank on the inside, and it looks like it's forming up again. So Fonseca is going to get some bonus points here on the end. Really nice job of reading that wave and adding some more points.
And look at the scores coming for Fonseca's first wave.
Wow.
He waited for quite a bit, but it was well worth it for the surfer from Peniche. Look at him run. They were all joking about it, about his running abilities, because he's quite the runner. And up next going to be Miguel Blanco. There he is. And this is Samantha Sibley from the US. It looks like the water is way warmer from the first days of the event, because everyone is on their shorts and bikinis. Great to see. One of the good things of events in France in summer is that the water gets warm. But meanwhile, Anne-Flore Marté is up there with an interview. Take it away, Anne-Flore.
Team France, Vincent Duvignac, you just got out of the water. You went through the peak that's right across from the start. Two other guys went on a different peak. What was the strategy behind choosing that as a first wave to surf?
You know, I'm just thinking that if all the guys from my team get a 5 or 6 pound, like a normal wave, we can win. So my strategy was to surf the easiest wave as possible. And yeah, I feel a little bit tired after all this week, so I just wanted to catch 2 easy waves, and I did the job, so I'm stoked to get some okay scores.
Yeah, that 7.27 could be amping the whole team.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit overscored, but yeah, I'm happy, and I hope Dimitri is gonna do the job on the last on his next wave.
What's the strategy for the whole team?
Just be safe, just surf like normal. We're not looking for 8 points. We're just looking for 5 or 6 points, and yeah, we are able to do that. So hopefully we're gonna get the good waves.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anne. We saw Team France there on the interview. Alizé Arnaud, second replacement for Team France, was there with Justine Dupont. We are live from Biarritz in France. We are at the Grand Plage for the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games. This is the very last heat of the competition. My name is Diogo Alpendre, along Mike Latronic from Hawaii. Really excited about what's unfolding this week. Some great surprises, some great performances, some great surfing. As we see Yellow in position, he might just show interest on this wave. Who is it? It's Miguel Blanco from Portugal. He's up, he's riding, and he's off. Look at that, first turn.
Nice backside hits for Miguel Blanco. So getting very vertical. We've seen that time and time again bode very, very well on the scores. So Portugal laying down some really, really strong scores. Haven't seen it reflected on the scoreboard yet, but we're still waiting on another score from Guillermo Fonseca's second wave. Starts off with a whopper, an 8.67. I think he did about 5 or 6 snaps on that left-hander. And here goes our American girl. She's got herself her second wave, but unfortunately unable to get a maneuver off. And that is going to hurt for Team America.
Absolutely. She got a 2.33 on her first wave. It's going to be around a 1 on her last one. Let's take a look at the replay of Miguel Blanco's first wave. Nice backside heats there, huh?
Yeah, well, the name of the game is consistency. I mean, it's always nice, you know, to have that 8.67 like we got from Portugal. But like the French guys were saying, you know, go out there and make sure you perform to your capabilities without losing it. You know, like don't risk so much that you try to go for a 9 and end up with a 2.
This is Dimitri Ouvre on his second wave. The wave is running in front of him. He gets to that last section, releases the tail a little bit, Mike, so that's not bad at all. A penalty has been scored. Not sure for who, but I just saw a penalty on our screen. A penalty showing up. Not sure who got that. 8-2-3 for the last wave of Portugal. That's the first one of Miguel. Let's take a look at this wave of Dimitri Ouvre once again, Mike.
Yeah, well, Ouvre does a good job of getting down the line and snaps into that last section.
I was wrong on that penalty call. It's just a a technical thing here on our scoreboard. But this is Juninho Urcia wrapping up his second wave. Got a 5.7 on his first one, 3.5117. And Team France going to get something around the 4 on their second wave. So a very important wave for Dimitri and Team France also. We see one of our judges on our screen. That's Jeremy. And let's take a look at the replay of that situation. Juninho Urcia going fast there, Mike.
Going fast, looking snappy, beautiful style. Manages to get a lot of maneuvers on this wave, so there's no doubt in my mind Peru is going to move up. We'll see if it's enough to move up into second place. I'm sure they're going to take over third place. No, it's not going to be enough to take over second place because there's over 10 points separating Peru and France right now, but they only need about a 4-point ride, 5-point ride to move into third place, and that is pretty much a lock. He just destroyed that wave.
Team France only needing a 0.67 to go over Portugal there. Portugal still has 3 surfers to go in, but not a lot of time, 27 minutes. Every surfer should be using less than 10 minutes if they want every surfer to have the same amount of time, Mike.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good. I mean, you know, it gets critical when there's only about 3 or 4 minutes left and you're still got a man that's not in there. So with 27 minutes, it's going to be a factor of time management, especially with the tide coming in, because there's less breaking waves. I think the waves have more quality at this tide, but there are less waves.
The waves sure are standing up a bit more. We see Yellow showing up some interest in this wave. Turns the board around and looks like he's going right. Exactly the same thing as Guilherme Fonseca did before him, Mike.
Yeah, well, he gets a little snap, gets his board up in the lip, so he's going to throw a few more points on the board and, importantly, get back to the beach and get the next surfer out in the water.
He's taking off his leash, starting to get ready to really go for that sprint. Our little bit of a triathlon going on, while we see Team France and Team Portugal fighting for that first place. 2.57 for Team Portugal's fourth wave, a 4.3 for Team France's. Let's take a look at the replay, Mike.
Yeah, well, no vertical maneuvers on this wave, just a little tap there at the end, so there lies a small score, but we've seen small scores in Team USA and Team Peru. It's really France that's doing a great job of being very, very consistent with their scores. They're in second place right now, but they've done a good job of maintaining consistency. So it's not showing up right now. They're not in first right now, but if they keep this up, that could be a winning ticket.
Absolutely. France with no chances missed. You can see their lowest score is a 4.17. In comparison, United States' lowest score is a 1-point ride. Portugal's a 2.57, and Peru's is a 1.17. So Team France being really, really consistent. Jeremy and Joan going over where to sit in the lineup. Not Jeremy, sorry. That was Dimitri and Joan. Jeremy is now in the water, our surfer from Peru. Lets this one go. Jeremy showed interest, decided not to go.
So old school rules apply, I believe, right now. There's no actual priority system. You can see Jeremy splashing some water. No shortage of passion from that man.
Oh.
Gotta love his work ethic and admire what he puts into his surfing career. This is no small event, even though it's more one of those fun events here at the ISA. It's competitive, and, you know, they're in the final.
Let's go down to the beach with Anne Flor. Anne Flor, take it away.
Yes, I am with Team Peru. How come you guys are just 4?
Yeah, because the girls, women's, the girls, they live in when the contest was finished, and we are, yeah, they went back home, and we are here representing the Peruvian team. We are all together, supporting and sending the good vibes for the other competitor, Carlos Mario, and hope he got the good ones.
Is that giving you some?
Probably yes. At the same time, it's really hard to pile out, run it up, and to get the good ones and do you good surfing. But it's a good experience for us. Happy to be part of the Peruvian team and just keep going and wait for the results.
Did you have the same tactic than on the first round?
Yeah, at the same time, the same strategy. Just do the surf, just surfing, and trying to get the good ones because it's really hard. It's a little bit slow, but there are a couple good ones. Just enjoy the crowd, the people, enjoying Biarritz. It's a good place. Yeah, we are always happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne Flor. Great job there. Team Peru not too happy they don't have their fifth individual in this heat. That's the ladies. They left as soon as the women's division contest was over. But great job coming from Team Peru. Nevertheless, their last two waves of 5.7 and 7.33. So they're in third place. They only need a 3.88 to go second, and a 7.11 to go first. On our screen, that's Team France. Not sure where our Portuguese surfer is sitting in the lineup, but I'm very sure where Jeremy is, in the best possible spot. This is Teresa Bonvalo. That's the Portuguese surfer I was telling you about.
Well, all four teams were in the same situation up to that point. Now Portugal gets its fifth score. So with that incoming tide, maybe time management is going to be of the essence here. Nice off the lip for Bonvalat.
This is Jeremy. He has seen something and he's paddling. It's a left-hander. It is not. Jeremy, of course, was born in Madagascar, lived for a long time in the Reunion Islands, then moved to France where he spends most of his time when he's not touring the world with the best among the best surfers in the world tour of the WSL. We see Team France waiting for Jeremy to really get something going. Last score for Team Portugal at 2.7, 20 minutes to go.
Well, now it's getting crucial because technically with the surfers in the water and the two more surfers on land, we're dividing 20 minutes between three athletes. And don't forget, they need to go out and come in using that time as well. So roughly, I would say about 6 minutes of surf time for each athlete.
Yep.
This is Colapinto.
That was Colapinto. Some strategy needed for every team. This is Jeremy. Look at that right-hander. The technique in this guy is a sight to see, huh, Mike?
Yeah, beautiful technique, and he's got himself a reformer. We saw Colapinto's wave just die out. Meanwhile, Flores picking a winner, and you can hear the crowd erupting. Even Team Peru is clapping for Team
That's because the Peruvian surfer is also up.
Okay. Yeah, there's no friends once the horn blows, so.
Team France getting a great wave. Might just be one of the best, if not the best of the heat. The best so far is an 8.67 for the first wave of Team Portugal. Guilherme Fonseca, this is Team France. They needed 5.94 to go first. Let's take a look at the replay and how well Jeremy read this one wave.
Yeah, well, just a nice click out the back. So not a giant maneuver out the back, but he really makes up for it. Nice cut back here on the inside bowl. Slams another section and just finishes with an exclamation point. Gotta love that. So Jeremy Flores is going to put down a decent score at least. Colapinto, unfortunately, getting just a small throwaway, a small tiny score. That's going to hurt Team America as well. And right now they're in fourth place. needing a huge score.
Typical style there for Jeremy Flores, a great wave. First scores are coming in. If these scores go, if the final score goes along the same scores as the first judge to lock in their evaluation, it's going to be a good wave, and it's going to take Team France to the first place.
I think there's a mental adjustment that needs to be made with the surfers, because what's happened is we went from a lineup that was churning out wave after wave, 2 or 3 different takeoff locations, and a lot more opportunities just an hour ago, to an ocean that is only delivering
when the sets come.
Yeah, when the sets come, and the sections, if you take the wrong wave, are very mushy.
Very mushy indeed. This is the ISA Aloha Cup, a team relay event featuring 4 men and women from the top 8 teams from the 2016 World Surfing Games. We had 2 semifinals, and this is a final, 45-minute heats each. This is Teresa Bonvalot from Team Portugal up and riding. She's going to try and get another turn in. She's going to try and hit that final section. She doesn't. Each surfer can catch 2 waves, and each will count towards the team overall score. Every wave stood up on counts and will receive a score, and the surfer in the water must physically tag the next surfer in the competition in order for the relay to really happen. The combined total of 2 scores from each surfer will be summed to get the overall team score, and there's some penalties to happen if some rules aren't followed. Surfer leaving box during the heat when it's not their turn. Surfer tags outside of the box. Surfer competes out of order. Each of these rules, if broken, will result in a 5-point penalty for the team. Team Portugal goes to their last surfer, for their second to last surfer. That's José Ferreira, and then Pedro Henrique there. He's going to be surfing next. Teresa Bonvalot with a 2.7 and a 1.9. Not enough to move Portugal ahead of France. France needs a 0-1. We are really focusing on Portugal and France because they really are the countries dominating this final. As we see Jeremy Flores, top performer for France. That was a nice turn. A little off balance there, Mike, but he's still driving.
Yeah, that was a huge tactical move, too, because he got that wave off of America. It's going to be another good score. Finally, Colapinto gets another wave and just falling to pieces. So this is really, really hurting Team America's chance to get up into either first or second slot. You can see the huge point spread, 29.5 for France and 29.4 for Portugal. So France just taking the lead, and we still have another score for Jeremy Flores.
Let's take a look at the replay. What did you like about this one wave, Mike?
Well, he surfed it well, and that second turn was more vertical, but he didn't stop. He got this inside bonus, gets up in the lip one more time, and really, really put a nice exclamation point at the end of that wave. So very polished, solid surfing from Jeremy Flores.
Polished, that's a word that always goes with Jeremy. He's quite a polished surfer and a well-mannered man, always respectful of his opponents, and putting on quite a performance in his heat. The consistency that Team France is showing is really coming to play here. They're going to jump into a more solid lead after this last wave of Jeremy. Team Portugal with 2 excellent waves, 2 best waves of the heat, but again, the consistency lacking with their 3 last waves below the 3-point range.
Yeah, and for Team France, let's not forget they've got Justine.
They do.
Very, very strong female athlete. The other women, of course, had to depart to go to Fiji. Taking number 1 was Pauline Adu.
Pauline also moving on to that Fijian event.
Yeah, and
we
Joanne
see
Defay.
José Ferreira up and riding. That's his first wave. a bit late to that last section, but he gets the completion. Last wave of Jeremy comes out as a 6.63, so Jeremy definitely a top performer for France, a 7.93 and a 6.63. That wins a lot of heats. So now Portugal has a lot to catch up, needing a 6.74 to go over France. First score of José Ferreira coming around the 4-point score. So we'll stand by for that. And upper riding, it's Colapinto. No, sorry. This is from the U.S. This is, if I'm not mistaken, Tommy Coleman.
Correct. So Tommy Coleman finishing up a ride. First time in a while we've seen a score over 2 points for Team USA. Their last three scores, a 1, a 1.3, a 1.17. And Tommy Coleman, his first ride, a 3.33.
We see the three teams there checking time. You can see that going for gold here really is Team France and Team Portugal.
Yeah, I think the battle is for third and fourth between Peru and United States. But Peru's in striking distance. They just had that hiccup, but they don't have a fifth surfer on their team. So United States has a great opportunity to at least get up in the third place, but a very, very long shot to catch up to Portugal and France at this point.
12 minutes to go. We see a lot of flag waving there from Portugal's coach.
There is another scenario that could happen if United States manages their time better and gets all their surfers back in the box and has all their waves ridden. They will avoid penalties. If for any reason France or Portugal don't get back in the box, they're penalized. If they don't ride all their waves, they're penalized. So I doubt they'll make that mistake, such stalwart competitors, but the possibility exists.
The possibility exists, and there are 12 minutes to go on this World Championship presented by the French Surfing Federation and supported by Visa, Roxy, the French National Center for Development of Sport, the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region, the Basque Country, the France Bleu, France TV Sport, our official forecaster and media partner, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, and Pasión Extrema. These are some of the supporters and media partners of the event. As we see, a lot of paddling going on there for Team France. That's Joan Deroux showing a lot of interest. He's in, and the wave is walling up nicely in front of him.
Yeah, Joan Deroux getting a lot of speed, climbs the lip, beautiful transition into another great maneuver. Joan Deroux just working this left-hander, one of the better waves we've seen in a while, and a very, very excellent complete ride.
Yeah, great news for Team France. They're definitely going to widen the gap from Team Portugal. And Team Peru and Team US need to get something going. Just as I say it, Carlos Maria Zapata up and riding for Peru.
Yeah, well, Zapata getting good moves on his backside, finishes with a fourth maneuver. This will be his second wave. I believe he'll make his way in now. So Team Peru getting their last surfer, not even their last surfer in the world. Team Peru's got 2 more surfers to send out. Oh, no. They don't have one. They're missing a surfer.
They sure are. Meanwhile, let's go down to the beach once again. And Flor, take it away.
With Team Portugal, you guys are in the battle for the lead with France. How exciting and how much tension is there right now in your team?
Yeah, I mean, all the guys are surfing well. The waves are now kind of complicated. There's not a lot of good waves. So that's what complicates because there's 4 guys out there. But yeah, that's whatever it is will be, and we're just going to do our best.
Yeah, the tide is coming higher, so there was less running, but also less waves. Tell us a bit, like, how is the team preparing for this Aloha Cup?
We didn't really train for this. I mean, it's just like you gotta do 2 nice waves in 10 minutes, and you gotta make sure that you don't waste more time because the other guy will have less time. So that's kind of what it is. And we gotta make sure that we use the time well, and yeah.
So is this a a little fun thing to have in this competition so that the whole team can really glue together?
Yeah, for sure it's different, but it's nice. It's nice to have that kind of competition, and I like it.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
That's our European junior champion from the WSL and a Portuguese team member, Teresa Bonfalo, and José Ferreira doing some good surfing out of his zone, trying to answer back to France's latest efforts. They sure are surfing well. Zé Ferreira gets the completion, and Joan Duru, look at the wave in front of him, Mike. Oh, gets a bit hung up.
Well, he gets a bit hung up, but he came out of it, managed to maintain wave speed and get that last strong maneuver. So very, very consistent, hardworking team France looking for more gold.
7.6, that's the score for Duru's first wave. And he's going to get a good one for this wave, which we will take a look at the replay. After seeing the Carlos Maria Zapata wave, this is a 6.27 for Carlos Mario Zapata. And a lot of good backside surfing there, Mike. And this is Joan Duru's 7.6.
Yeah, he just gets a ton of speed, drives up, slams that section, comes around, spins the tail just a hair, and gets that bonus tap at the end. So Duru looking good.
This is Ferreiras from Portugal last wave. He used this one wave to get out of the water. And this is Duru's. He got a bit hung up there, lost a bit of control of the tail there, but recovered well.
Yeah, recovered well and maintained composure to get that last hit. So there it is. Last wave for Duru, a 6.0. Now France is taking a commanding lead, and they put their last surfer in the water.
They sure do. It's Justine Dupont, a great surfer, longboarder, big wave surfer, small wave surfer. Great stuff coming from Team France, United States, always also getting some scores in. Team Portugal is going to put something around the 5 on their last wave. 4.6 for States last wave, a 5.3 for Portugal. Now needing 11.07 total to go over France. Peru is just 2 waves short of wrapping up their participation in this ASA Aloha Cup because they don't have a women's surfer. And this is Jordy Collins once again.
Now, Jordy Collins, the clutch man from the USA, working on a decent score, goes to the air, gets the rotation. So definitely help Team USA with that score. Still a very, very long shot to catch up to Portugal or France, but they're battling Peru at this stage for third. Really, really tough call right there because Peru still doesn't have their last surfer in the water. They're not going to get their last surfer in the water, and they only get 1 more wave scored. Sorry, 2 more waves scored.
So scores are coming. We see Portugal's national coach, America's national coach, France's national coach. Everyone's giving directions to the water. 5 minutes to go. It's going to be very hard for Team France to lose this final because they have a very big lead over Portugal, Peru, and the States. Last of the United States at 5.97. We see Cristobal de Col from Peru going right now, Mike. And there are 5 minutes to go.
Well, this is an important wave for Cristobal de Col because he is the last man standing for Peru. These points are only going to be the final points that Peru gets. But interesting because Cristobal de Col gets 1 more wave, and our surfer from America, Jordy Collins, gets 1 more wave, and they are neck and neck. After this wave of Cristobal, Peru's back in third, so it's really going to boil down to this last wave between America and Peru for third place.
This is Justine Dupont's first wave. Every time France stands up, they widen the gap for the rest of the field, and look at the scores that France has gotten in this final. No opportunity lost. An aerial maneuver for Pedro Henrique gets the completion, and now he has 3 minutes to paddle back out and catch a wave, get out of the water and go back in Team Portugal's box. This is Jordy Collins taking a look at this left-hander. Opts not to go.
Well, there's another wall of water coming in the back. Looks like Jordy Collins is in proximity. Let's see if he takes a look at this one, and he will. So he's going to go. This is the last hurrah for Team USA. Let's see what Collins got. Speeding down the line. Opt not to do a turn yet. Does...
Yeah, went for a shove it there.
Went for a shove it. So that may well cost Team USA at least their third place.
4.93 for Portugal's last wave, so now they need a 9.77 to go over France. France is just trying to get that wave in before the time winds down in this heat so they can get no penalty. Portugal is trying to do the same. There's still plenty of time for Justine. She has under 3 minutes. That's plenty of time to catch one wave and get out of the water.
Well, look at this. Team Peru only needs a point, less than a point, to overtake the United States, and they only had 4 surfers. So unfortunate situation there for Team USA, although congratulations, they did make the final. Look, smiles on their face nonetheless. So a lot of fun being had here at this beach.
It's a fun competition. We see Cristobal de Cole getting that final wave for Peru. So if he makes it back in time, there will be no penalties for Peru. There will also be no penalties for Team USA. And for the looks of it, there will be no penalty for Team France either, as Justine is making her way back out.
Now, the big question here is, what will that score be for Justine? That's their last wave. And how will it bode here with Portugal? And believe this is their last wave.
Yep, so everyone getting their required number of waves. So it looks like it's going to be Team France once again taking a very interesting and important win here at the Aloha Cup. They're going to get one more gold medal in this event now for the Aloha Cup after getting the gold medal in the women's division with Pauline Ado. Pauline Ado, of course, getting the gold, and Joanne Defay getting the silver. In the men's side, Mexico gets the gold with Johnny Corzo. France getting the silver with Joan Duru. This is Pedro Henrique from Portugal, making sure that he is back out there in his box before the heat is over. So 35 seconds. Great Aloha Cup from everyone. A very exciting performance from Team France. In fact, they get the best total out of the 3 heats. So you can tell from that Team France really going for gold in every division they competed on, and a great event overall.
Yeah, you could tell they were hungry for one more medal, one more gold medal, and determination and talent puts it all together for Team France.
Meanwhile, last few seconds, the heat's gonna be over, so stay tuned for the award ceremony. That's coming up next. I would like to thank everybody for staying tuned in to the webcast during this week. Great congratulations go for Team France, Team Mexico, and of course Team Portugal and Spain, getting some of the best results in this event. As we see Team France celebrating their win at the Aloha Cup, and of course, big story, Team France absolutely dominating the 2007 ISA World Surfing Games edition, getting gold at the Aloha Cup, getting gold in the women's division and silver, and then getting silver in the men's division, Mike.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of metal to carry back. Luckily, they all live pretty close.
Yeah, that's very true. So from Fernando Aguirre, from the ISA staff, from myself, Mike Latronic, Bo Hodge, and everyone that worked in this event, thank you for being tuned in. From everyone at our Action Sports Productions company that produced this beautiful webcast, and from everyone around the world, a great event, and thank you so much for being tuned in.
Aloha.
Aloha, and
But
stay tuned. there'll be the closing ceremony with the awards being given, the medals. So stay tuned for that because your team's ranking will be known shortly. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back with that closing ceremony. So we'll see you next year. That's from us. But Bo will still be here for those medals. So stay tuned and thanks for watching.
I'm no stranger to the darkness, I'm no stranger to the fall, stranger to the dangers of the lands I have walked.
Check, 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 check. Check, check.
All of the countries and athletes present have given their best effort, and it is with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes everyone to the official awards and closing ceremony of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games here in Biarritz, France.
Toutes les nations qui sont présentes aujourd'hui ont donné le meilleur d'elles-mêmes. C'est avec un grand plaisir que l'ISA souhaite la bienvenue à tout le monde pour cette cérémonie officielle de remise des prix et de clôture des ISA World Surfing Games ici à Biarritz, en France.
We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on the stage today.
Nous voudrions souhaiter la bienvenue et présenter les officiels sur la scène aujourd'hui.
The ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
Le président de l'ISA, Monsieur Fernando Aguirre.
The Mayor of Biarritz, Mr. Michel Vunac.
Monsieur le maire de Biarritz, Michel Venac.
The President of the French National Olympic Committee, Mr. Denis Masseglia.
Le président du Comité national olympique français, Monsieur Denis Masseglia.
The President of the French Surfing Federation, Mr. Jean-Luc Alassus.
Le président de la Fédération française de surf, Monsieur Jean-Luc Arassus.
The President of the Pyrenees Basque Community and the Mayor of Bion, Jean-René Echegri.
Le vice-président du Conseil ministériel des Pyrénées-Atlantiques, Max Brisson.
The first Vice President of the Department of Council of the Atlantic Pyrenees, Max Brisson.
Le premier vice-président du Conseil ministériel des Pyrénées-Atlantiques, Max Brisson.
And now, it is my privilege to present the ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, who will say a few words on behalf of the ISA.
C'est maintenant un honneur pour moi de présenter Fernando Aguirre, qui va nous dire quelques mots au nom de l'ISA.
Bonjour Biarritz.
Président du Conseil ministériel des Pyrénées-Atlantiques.
Come on.
Max
Bonjour
Brisson.
Biarritz.
The first Vice President of the Department of Council of the Atlantic
Thank you
Pyrenees,
everybody.
Max
Thank you
Brisson.
to the competitors. Merci to the
Le
competitors.
premier vice-président
And
du Conseil
merci
ministériel des
a las
Pyrénées-Atlantiques,
familias,
Max
to the
Brisson.
families of the competitors. Without the families, the competitors wouldn't be here.
And
So
now, it is
thank
my
you,
privilege
everybody.
to present the ISA.
You need to translate me.
Sans tous les compétiteurs et les familles et les amis et vous, le public de Biarritz, cette compétition n'aurait pas pu avoir lieu.
Merci. Okay, a special thank you to the French Surfing Federation, the organizers of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games, and its president today, Jean-Luc Arassus. Merci beaucoup. Wonderful job.
Un énorme merci à la Fédération française de surf, Jean-Luc Arassus, pour leur merveilleux travail sur ces World Surfing Games.
Thank you especially to the city of Biarritz, to the Pays Basque, and of course to the French Olympic Committee. Now we are finally an Olympic sport. Thank you very much.
Un énorme merci à la ville de Biarritz et au Pays Basque pour leurs énormes efforts sur cette compétition ici à Biarritz.
These have been 9 days of friendship, surf, and peace. Together, 47 nations of the world came to enjoy this beautiful town.
Tous ensemble, les 47 nations qui se sont réunies ici sur les World Surfing Games pour profiter du merveilleux sport qu'est le surf ici à Biarritz.
Avec friendship
Avec
Peace.
amitié, paix
and camaraderie.
et camaraderie.
These are certainly very memorable World Surfing Games. They will go back in history as the first in the first ever surfing Olympic cycle.
Ces World Surfing Games ici à Biarritz sont historiques puisque c'est le premier événement World Surfing Games dans le cycle des Jeux Olympiques.
Mr. Mayor, Monsieur le Mayor, we will leave you the sands of the world of the 47 countries in custody for you to exhibit and share with all the people that come to Biarritz and the local people from Biarritz.
Je ne pouvais pas entendre, je me rapproche.
We, Mr. Mayor, we're leaving with you behind the sands of the 47 countries that came to Biarritz for you to share, exhibit with the visitors to Biarritz and with the people of Biarritz.
Monsieur le maire de Biarritz, nous laissons derrière nous ici à Biarritz les sables du monde qui ont été rapportés et réunis par tous les surfeurs et les nations présentes ici dans cette compétition.
As for me and you, I will see you in Japan at the ISA Juniors. Hopefully you come. And I hope to see you in Tokyo 2020.
Et pour Monsieur Fernando Aguirre, il vous retrouvera au Japon et il espère tous vous voir réunis pour voir le surf aux Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo en 2020.
To the president of the French Olympic Committee, we have a very humble memory for you. It's a wave. Le bac. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, ISA President Aguirre.
Merci, Monsieur Fernando Aguirre.
It is now my privilege to present the French Surfing Federation President Jean-Luc Alassou to say a few words.
C'est maintenant avec honneur pour moi que je présente Monsieur Jean-Luc Arassus qui va nous dire quelques mots.
Merci beaucoup. Chers amis, c'est beaucoup d'émotion de terminer ce moment très fort, effectivement, qu'on a partagé avec 47 nations historiques. Merci à vous d'être venus aussi nombreux. On est sur la route olympique. On a encore beaucoup de choses à démontrer. Mais durant cette semaine, on a démontré qu'on était capable d'avoir une compétition sur le standard olympique. On a vu beaucoup de personnalités qui sont venues ici et qui ont été convaincues par l'enthousiasme des surfeurs, l'enthousiasme du public, la proximité entre le public et les surfeurs. Toute cette amitié, toutes ces émotions partagées, tout ça, c'est la route de l'olympisme et on est très fort aujourd'hui grâce à ce championnat du monde et grâce à vous. Merci. Je voulais... alors c'est un petit clin d'œil pas très facile peut-être pour Monsieur Fernando Aguirre. Je vais remettre un présent très symbolique à Monsieur le Président de la Fédération internationale de surf. On est ici tous convaincus que ce sera un grand moment pour le sport français. Oui, vous pouvez effectivement nous faire tous le symbole de la Tour Eiffel. Voilà. Et je vais remettre cette planche au Président de la Fédération internationale pour nous avoir confié la responsabilité de cet événement. Merci à vous.
Thank you, President Alassou.
Merci, Monsieur le Président Arassus.
And now it is my great pleasure to present to you the judges that officiated the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
Et maintenant, c'est avec grand plaisir que je vous présente les juges qui ont officié durant ces ISA World Surfing Games 2017.
Presenting the appreciation medals, the ISA President Fernando Aguirre.
Présentation des médailles par le président de l'ISA, Fernando Aguirre.
And now we present the final rankings of the 2017 ISA Aloha Cup.
Et maintenant, nous présentons le classement officiel de l'Aloha Cup ISA 2017.
The fourth place medals will be presented by the Mayor of Biarritz, Mr. Michel Vunac, and the President of the Pays Basque Community and the Mayor of Bayonne, Jean-René Echegaray.
Et pour la quatrième position, pour la médaille de cuivre, présentée par le monsieur le maire de Biarritz, Michel Venac, et le président de la communauté du Pays Basque et le maire de Bayonne.
And in fourth place, in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the copper medal, Team USA, please come to the stage.
Et pour la quatrième position, pour l'ISA Aloha Cup, le gagnant de la médaille de cuivre est l'équipe des États-Unis d'Amérique.
The third place medals will be presented by the president of the French Surfing Federation, Jean-Luc Alassou, and the first vice president of the Department Council of the Atlantic-Pyrénées, Max Brisson.
Pour la troisième position, la médaille de bronze, présentée par Monsieur le Président de la Fédération française de surf, Jean-Luc Arassus, et le premier vice-président du Conseil ministériel des Pyrénées-Atlantiques, Monsieur Max Brisson.
And in third place, in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the bronze medal, Team Peru, please come to the stage.
Et pour la troisième position, pour l'ISA Aloha Cup, le gagnant de la médaille de bronze est l'équipe du Pérou.
The second place medals will be presented by the president of the French National Olympic Committee, Mr. Denis Masseglia.
Pour la deuxième position, la médaille d'argent, présentée par le président du Comité national olympique français, Monsieur Denis Masseglia.
And in second place, in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the silver medal, Team Portugal, please come to the stage.
Et pour la deuxième position de l'ISA Aloha Cup, le gagnant de la médaille d'argent est l'équipe du Portugal.
The first place medals will be presented by ISA President Fernando Aguirre and President of the French Surfing Federation, Jean-Luc Alassou.
Pour la première position, pour la médaille d'or, présentée par le président de l'ISA, Monsieur Fernando Aguirre, et le président de la Fédération française de surf, Jean-Luc Arassus.
And in first place, in the ISA Aloha Cup, the gold medal winners are Team France. Please come to the stage.
Le gagnant de la médaille d'or est l'équipe de France.
And now, officially, the national anthem of France.
Et maintenant, de façon officielle, la Marseillaise.
Let's all welcome the medalists of the Open Men.
Veuillez souhaiter la bienvenue aux finalistes de surf catégorie hommes.
The medals will be presented by ISA President Fernando Aguirre.
Les médailles seront remises par le président de l'ISA, Fernando Aguirre.
Copper medalists representing Spain, Jonathan Gonzalez.
En quatrième position, pour la médaille de cuivre, représentant l'Espagne, Jonathan Gonzalez.
Bronze medalists representing Portugal, Pedro Henrique.
En troisième position, pour la médaille de bronze, représentant le Portugal, Jonathan Gonzalez. Pedro Henrique.
Silver medalists representing France, Joanne Duroux.
En deuxième position, pour la médaille d'argent, représentant la France, Joanne Duroux.
Gold medalist and ISA World Surfing Games champion, representing Mexico, Johnny Corzo.
Le champion du monde, ISA World Surfing Games 2017, représentant le Mexique, Johnny Corzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Mexico.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne national du Mexique.
Congratulations, all finalists.
Félicitations à vous tous.
And now we present the final rankings of the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
Nous présentons le classement officiel des ISA World Surfing Games 2017.
In 47th, Team Virgin Islands.
En 45e place, la Grèce et l'Afghanistan.
Equal 45th, Greece and Afghanistan.
En 42e place, avec 352 points, l'équipe de la Turquie.
Equal 43rd, Team Fiji and Dominican Republic.
En 41e position, avec 451 points, l'équipe d'Autriche.
In 42nd place, Team Turkey. In Team 41st, Team Austria. In Team 40th, Team Ireland.
En 39e position, avec 584 points, l'équipe de Chine.
In 39th place, Team China. In Team 38th, Scotland.
En 38e position, l'équipe d'Écosse.
In 37th, Senegal.
En 37e position, le Sénégal.
In 36th place, Puerto Rico.
En 36e position, Puerto Rico.
In 35th place, China, Taipei.
En 35e position, Chinese Taipei.
In 34th, Russia.
En 34e position, la Russie.
In 33rd place, South Korea.
En 33e position, la Corée du Sud.
In 32nd place, Norway.
En 32e position, la Norvège.
In 31st place, Denmark.
En 31e position, le Danemark.
In 30th place, Channel Islands.
En 30e position, le Channel Islands.
29th place, Italy.
Position 29, l'Italie.
28th place, Wales.
En 28e position, Wales.
27th place, Switzerland.
En 27e position, la Suisse.
In 26th place, Panama.
En 26e position, le Panama.
In 25th place, Israel.
En 25e position, Israël.
In 24th place, Netherlands.
En 24e position, la Hollande.
In 23rd place, Chile.
En 23e position, le Chili.
Equal 21st, Canada and Argentina.
Égalité à la 21e place, le Canada et l'Argentine.
In 20th place, Sweden.
À la 20e position, la Suède.
In 19th place, Nicaragua.
À la 19e position, le Nicaragua.
In 18th place, Germany.
À la 18e position, l'Allemagne.
In 17th place, Ecuador.
À la 17e position, l'Équateur.
In 16th place, Uruguay.
À la 16e position, l'Uruguay.
In 15th place, Morocco.
À la 15e place, le Maroc.
In 14th place, New Zealand.
À la 14e place, la Nouvelle-Zélande.
In 13th place, England.
À la 13e place, l'Angleterre.
In 12th place, Australia.
À la 12e place, l'Australie.
In 11th place, Tahiti.
À la 11e place, Tahiti.
In 10th place, South Africa.
À la 10e place, l'Afrique du Sud.
In 9th place, Costa Rica.
À la 9e place, le Costa Rica.
In 8th place, Brazil.
À la 8e place, le Brésil.
In 7th place, the United States of America.
À la 7e place, les États-Unis d'Amérique.
In 6th place, Peru.
À la 16e place, le Pérou.
In 5th place, Japan.
À la 5e place, le Japon.
And now, the 4th place medals will be presented by the Mayor of Biarritz, Mr. Michel Vunak.
Pour la 4e position, la médaille de cuivre sera présentée par Monsieur le maire de Biarritz, Monsieur Michel Venac.
Winners of the copper medal with 2,455 points, Team Mexico.
Le vainqueur de la médaille de cuivre avec 2455 points, l'équipe du Mexique.
Congratulations, Team Mexico.
Bravo à l'équipe du Mexique.
The 3rd place medals will be presented by the president of the French Surfing Federation, Jean-Luc Alassus.
Pour la 3e position, la médaille de bronze sera présentée par Monsieur le président de la Fédération française de surf, Jean-Luc Arassus.
Winners of the bronze medal with 2,560 points, Team Spain.
Le vainqueur de la médaille de bronze avec 2560 points, l'équipe d'Espagne.
Congratulations, Team Spain.
Félicitations à l'équipe d'Espagne.
The second place medals will be presented by the president of the French Olympic Committee, Mr. Denis Masseglia.
Pour la deuxième position, la médaille d'argent sera présentée par le président du Comité national olympique français, Monsieur Denis Masseglia.
Winners of the silver medal with 2,850 points, Team Portugal.
Le vainqueur de la médaille d'argent avec 2850 points, l'équipe du Portugal.
Congratulations, Team Portugal.
Félicitations à l'équipe du Portugal.
The first place medals will be presented by ISA President Fernando Aguirre and the President of the French Surfing Federation, Jean-Luc Alassus.
Les médailles sont remises par le président de l'ISA, Fernando Aguirre, et le président de la Fédération française de surf, Jean-Luc Arassus.
Winners of the gold medal and the President Fernando Aguirre World Team Trophy with 4,275 points and the new World Team Champion for the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games, the team from France.
Les vainqueurs de la médaille d'or et le trophée de Fernando Aguirre pour le titre mondial par équipe avec 4275 points et la nouvelle équipe championne du monde pour ces ISA World Surfing Games, l'équipe de France.
And now, the national anthem of France.
Et maintenant, la Marseillaise.
Congratulations, Team France. Now, ISA President Fernando Aguirre will officially close the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games.
Okay, and that's the end of the ISA World Surfing Games. Thank you, merci beaucoup.